He worked. He greeted everyone with patience. He corrected mistakes without humiliation. He paid attention to the smallest details, even when no one was watching. Now, over the years, many young men passed through that workshop. They came to learn a trade, but without realizing it, they were learning something else. Years later, these young men left. They started their own workshops, built their own lives, and trained others. And something interesting began to happen. In different parts of the town, in the different shops with the different names on the doors, you could see the same habits, the same patience they had learned, the same attention to detail, as well as the quiet discipline they applied in every sphere of their work. The man's workshop had multiplied without him knowing, without him ever stepping into those new spaces. And that is the quiet truth about influence. Not everything you pass on is written in a will. Some things are transferred in moments, in how you speak, how you respond, and how you carry yourself when things are difficult. Long after the work is done and the results are handed over to others, your influence remains, sometimes in ways you will never, ever see. And so perhaps let us reflect on this today. As we go about our work, as we chase our goals and we build our life, let us pay attention not just to what we're producing, but to who we are shaping along the way. Because people may inherit what we build, but they will become what we consistently show them. And that is a legacy that cannot be taken away. Good morning to you, and thank you very much, as always, for sticking with us here on the 3FM Sunrise. We'll go for the 6 a.m. news, Kind Ketsi and Yunam Haliga, after which we'll return for you here after the business news as well, with a lot more for you to unsaddle on the first day of April. A lot of people like to call it April Fool's Day. These days, I wonder who falls for a prank on April 1st. But we'll be back after all of that and more here on the 3FM Sunrise. Stay with us.
It's 6 o'clock. We're coming to you live from our studios here at Adesawe Kanda. This news is coming to you live on 3FM 92.7. Coming up this morning, Public Accounts Committee refers the former Defense Minister's Procurement Director to Attorney General over alleged use of falsified documents for undelivered election vehicles. Also, Special Prosecutor Kisieja Ben urges civil society organizations to help retain office amid threats for political interference. And much later in this bulletin, utility consumers across the country set to receive some relief beginning today, Wednesday, April 1, following a downward adjustment in electricity and water tariffs. Details of our headlines and other stories, please stay with us. Staying with us. Now, we'll go on to a first story where President John Dramani Mahama has expressed concern over the potential impact of rising global crude prices on the economy. Speaking at a meeting with civil society organizations at the Jubilee House, he noted that while the city has remained relatively stable, ongoing global tensions could pose risk if they persist. He said the government has issued firm directives prohibiting the taxation of illegal mining operation, which he says undermines the national effort to clamp down on galamsey.
We're beginning to enjoy some of the lowest fuel prices in a long time. Unfortunately, they say man proposes, God disposes. I don't know what came into the heads of Trump, Netanyahu, and all of them to start this war. If this had happened when the cedi was at 17, we probably could not have been able to survive. The push factor is coming from the price of crude oil and finished products. We've absorbed it. If this thing continues some more, then we'll have to take some decisive decisions. Some of the weapons we have is to look at the margins to try and cushion consumers, and then also look at the recently imposed 1 cedi development levy to try and cushion consumers.
That was President John Dramani Mahama expressing some concern over the potential impact of rising global crude prices on the economy. Now, away from that, to take you to Parliament, where the ranking member on the Public Accounts Committee, Samuel Atamos, has referred a former director of procurement at the Defense Ministry to the Attorney General for prosecution over the alleged use of falsified document in the procurement of 6 vehicles for monitoring the 2024 general election, which were not delivered. This follows findings by the Attorney General. The Auditor General, which rejected store receipt vouchers valued at 4.8 million Ghana cedis in a special audit of government commitment and payables, citing that the vehicles in question have not even been supplied.
We considered the issue that to release the vehicles to the supplier and then bound him to keep them for us by extending the contract, because at the time...
With whose authority did you do this?
Well, it was advice I gave to management.
You,
yes,
in your capacity as, and you gave such a directive. Don't you have a chief director at the ministry? You sit in your office, take a decision that is binding on the whole Ministry of Defense.
Oh, he has to prove that he got permission from that guy. Yes, but that's hearsay. But just to let you know, I'll have a special report to the Attorney General for your prosecution.
And those were excerpts from the Public Account Committee, where the ranking member has directed and referred a former director of procurement at the Defense Ministry to the Attorney General for prosecution over the alleged use of falsified documents to procure some 6 vehicles. Now, away from that, the Minister for Roads and Highways, Kwame Govins-Agbadza, has defended the government's decision to award several road contracts through sole sourcing, insisting that all contractors under the flagship Big Push program have been duly paid for the work done. This follows an investigation by the Fourth Estate, which alleges that the ministry awarded 81 sole source contracts worth over $73 billion within a 7-month period, responding that the concerns during a tour of road projects in Accra. The minister maintained that the government has honored its financial commitment, restoring confidence in the road sector.
I make no excuse for giving an opportunity to a contractor like Oswald to do this. In any case, part of this project was already awarded before we came, also on sole source. We didn't see anything wrong with it. What we added a sum to it for him, and I believe that the values we attached to this project were quantified based on the scope of works. But I think the radio talk is different from people. I tell people the ministry is an engineering enterprise. It's too difficult to persuade you to understand the public, what the public is going through. Yes, if it's about money, we pay the bill. So start working.
That was the Road Minister, Kwame Govins-Agbadza there. Now, the Special Prosecutor, Kisieja Ben, has urged civil society organizations to help fight to retain the office and prevent it from operating according to the whims of the political class. Speaking at a national dialogue on the office of the Special Prosecutor, Kisie Jammeh noted that despite failed efforts to have the office scrapped in Parliament, its existence is still under threat unless there's timely intervention from the President.
The attempt to scrap the office of the Special Prosecutor last year is not dead. And this is the charge I'm giving to civil society. It is not dead, it is live. But we should not depend on the goodness of the President to say, withdraw it from Parliament. Rather, we should build this institution for the ages, an institution which stands the test of time.
That was the Special Prosecutor, Kisie Jammeh. Now, the minority in Parliament is accusing the government of lifting the ban on cement imports, a move it says is hurting local manufacturers. The caucus argues that the Akufo-Addo administration shuts down several cement factories producing inferior products and restricted imports as part of efforts to protect the local industry. Speaking at a meeting with the Ghana Employers Association, the ranking member on Trade and Industry Committee, Michael Ochre-Befi, criticized the current NDC government over the move.
The government is doing a lot. We are checking the Chinese. We know we closed down Su Cement. You remember that when they were.
No, you mean when we were in office? Yes, clarify. Now you are in opposition.
When we were in government, we closed down Su Cement. We closed down Empire Cement. These companies came back when NDC got back to power. So it means that we were trying to support you so that they will not spoil the system, create problems for the system. But NDC has come now to open the space again. When we brought restrictions, we intentionally restricted the importation of cement and even establishment of cement companies in Ghana. But now they've opened the same again for companies to come in.
That was the ranking member on the Trade and Industry Committee of Parliament, Michael Ochre-Befi. Now to one of our headline stories, as utility consumers across Ghana are set to receive some relief beginning Wednesday, April 1, that's today, following a downward adjustment in electricity and water tariffs announced by the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission. There's more in the following news text report.
The Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, PURC, has approved an average reduction of 4.81% in electricity tariffs and 3.06% in water tariffs as part of its routine quarterly review mechanism. The new rates take effect at the start of the second quarter of 2026. According to the Commission, the tariff review reflects improved macroeconomic conditions, including a strengthening Ghana cedi, declining inflations, and adjustments in key cost drivers within the energy sector. Under the new structure, residential, commercial, and industrial consumers are all expected to benefit, with some of the largest percentage cuts applying to high voltage and special low tariff users. Water consumers across various categories will also see modest decreases in charges. The Commission noted that the quarterly tariff adjustment system is designed to balance consumer protection with the financial sustainability of utility providers while avoiding sharp and infrequent price shocks. PURC also noted that for the first time, a commercial electric vehicle charging tariff has been introduced to support the transition to green energy. The new tariff is expected to encourage the growth of electric vehicle charging services in the country. The reduction in utility tariffs comes as welcome news for households and businesses that have faced rising costs in recent years, offering some relief from cost of living pressures.
That was a news text report by my colleague Judith Brown on the downward adjustment in electricity and water tariffs, which is set to begin today. That brings us to the end of the first half of this morning's bulletin. For more news, please check our website at 3news.com. I am Enyuna Malia. Business News is right up.
92.7 Urban Lifestyle Radio Station.
Time for business news here on Sunrise 3FM 92.7. And coming up this morning, fuel prices set with sharp surge from today as some ONCs begin early adjustment with petrol and diesel already rising at other pumps. Meanwhile, the Center for Environmental Management and Sustainable Energy demands tough sanctions from the NPA as oil marketing companies are accused of premature raising security risk in 2026. Details of our headlines and other stories. Be still with us. Thank you for staying with us. Now we're going to a first story where fuel prices are set to rise sharply from today, April 1, 2026. But some oil marketing companies have already begun increasing the pump prices ahead of the official adjustment window. The expected increase was captured in the latest report by the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies. The following 3 Business report has the details.
According to the latest outlook by the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, COMAC, petrol could rise by 8.06% to about 15 cedis 19 pesos per litre, while diesel is projected to increase by 9.76% to around 17 cedis 85 pesos per litre. Liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, is also expected to see a marginal increase, with prices likely hitting about 16 cedis 59 pesos. Even before the official pricing window takes effect, some major oil marketing companies have already begun adjusting their prices upward. Gual has increased petrol from 12 cedis 24 pesos to 13 cedis 30 pesos per litre, while diesel has gone up from 15 cedis 69 pesos to 17 cedis 10 pesos. Star Oil has also revised its prices, with petrol rising from 12 cedis 19 pesos to 13 cedis 49 pesos per litre, and diesel jumping from 14 cedis 25 pesos to 17 cedis 97 pesos. These changes took effect from 8 a.m. on March 31. This will mark the 5th projected increase in fuel prices since January 2026, and the second time this year that consumers are experiencing such a steep hike. With these early adjustments already underway, consumers should brace for further increases in the coming days as the new pricing window begins.
That was a 3 Business report on the fuel prices set to rise sharply from today, April 1, 2026. Meanwhile, the Executive Director for the Center for Environmental Management and Sustainable Energy, Benjamin Nsia, has called on the National Petroleum Authority to take strict punitive actions against oil marketing companies that prematurely implement new price fuels. Benjamin Nsia's call comes amid the reports that some OMCs are bypassing the regulatory timelines to maximize margins at the expense of consumers.
Our scan of the market has shown that some OMCs are currently selling their products at next window's floor price. We think that that is very illegal. That is a criminal practice, and NPA must sanction OMCs that sell next window's price in the current windows. We say so because in each of the windows, there are indicators used in setting price of petroleum products. For example, this window is expected to end on 31st of March. Yet we've seen that some of the OMCs have readjusted their prices to reflect the 1st of April's prices, or the first window's prices in April. When it happens that way, it means that some of these OMCs are shortchanging the consumers.
And that was Benjamin Insia, his Executive Director for the Center for Environmental Management and Sustainable Energy. Now, still on rising prices, rising global geopolitical tensions between Iran and United States are beginning to ripple through global commodity markets, with fertilizer prices emerging as a key pressure point for the agriculture in Africa and Ghana. The disruption of critical energy and shipping routes in the Middle East is tightening the supply chain for essential farm input, raising concerns about production costs and food security in 2026. Industry data indicates that nearly half of global urea export and about 30% of ammonia supply originates from the Persian Gulf region. Now, away from that, as part of its 2026 Year of Compliance agenda, the Ghana Revenue Authority is prioritizing the Advanced Ruling Program to provide the business community with a transparent, predictable framework for international trade. The program allows traders to obtain a binding official decision from the Customs Division on classification, origin, or valuation of goods before they reach the ports.
This proactive measure is designed to eliminate surprise costs and reduce the clearance bottlenecks that often lead to expensive demurrage and storage fees. Commissioner General of GRA, Anthony Kwesi-Sarpong, launched the Ghana Advanced Ruling Program.
We are deepening a relationship defined not by uncertainty and dispute, but by clarity, predictability, and a shared purpose. Ghana certainly needs domestic revenue to anchor our national development. Ghana needs trade, and Ghana needs investment.
Acting Commissioner of the Customs Division of the GRA, Aaron Kano, noted the system is a cornerstone of modern trade facilitation, offering several strategies.
Businesses have been complaining that when they bring their cargo to the port, customs delay in giving decision or ruling in area of origin and classification. So now we are saying that we are here for you, and then we want to partner you so that you can grow your business faster.
Global Lead, Trade Facilitation and Border Management, World Bank Group, Bill Gain, noted the system is expected to enhance revenue mobilization.
The global kind of experience that we've had around supporting advanced rulings indicates that, there can be a significant reduction in trade costs. And trade cost reduction usually will result in an increase in efficiency, transparency, predictability, and revenue.
After importers or their agents submit a detailed request via the GRA's online portal, customs experts review the submission and a written advance ruling is issued, which must be quoted on the import declaration form and the integrated customs management system during the clearance process.
It's now time to look at how the cedi is faring against major trading currencies and how some key commodities are also faring on the global market.
On the interbank foreign exchange market, the dollar is selling at 11 cedis. It gained 1 peso. The British pound is selling at 14 cedis, 51 pesos. It gained 1 peso. The euro is selling at 12 cedis, 68 pesos. It also gained 9 pesos. However, be guided that these figures could be higher at a forex bureau near you. On the global commodities market, Brent crude is trading at $103.70 per barrel. Gold is trading at $4,668.06 per ounce, up by $156.14. Cocoa is trading at $3,300 per ton, up by $145.
Was an update from the Forex and Commodities markets. That'll be all for business news here on 3FM 92.7. For more news, please check our website at 3news.com. I am Enyuna Paliga. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Sunrise on 3FM, the best in the morning.
And a big thank you to Enyunam Haliga for helping us with the 6 a.m. news as well as the business news. Let's get into the weather for you here on the 3FM Sunrise right now, because if you go onto Twitter, also known as X, the Ghana Meteorological Agency says that the weather over Ghana this morning will be mostly cloudy with mist and fog patches forming over the forest and mountainous areas in the early hours of today. Sunny conditions with occasional cloud cover will dominate areas as the day progresses. However, thunderstorms or rain are expected to affect portions of the middle and transition sectors from the late afternoon into the evening. And that's what the day is supposed to look like in terms of the weather. For us here, it's the start of a new month, and most certainly one that we look forward to with quite the earnest. And so we'll get into our song of inspiration today, a bit of worship and thanksgiving as well. And this one is by the Palm Ghana Worship, featuring a host of superstars here in Ghana. Let's get into it right now for you on the 3FM Sunrise.
The best in the morning is on 92.7 Sunrise on 3FM.
Yes, sorry.
is a worship medley by the Palm Ghana Worship, featuring a host of Ghanaian stars: Uncle Atu, Joe Beckham, Grace Charles, Cece Badia for Grace, put together by On Gospel. With the weather and those others out of the way, still conversations lingering in and around the Black Stars of Ghana about who replaces now sacked coach Utuado. A number of names popping up already this morning. If we talk the World Cup, DR Congo are making their way there after 50 plus years. There's an interview general manager for sports here at Media General, Michael Otieje, had and we'll share that with you pretty shortly as well, because a lot of you are still talking about the Ghana Football Association and the manhunt now for a replacement. This morning, a number of things are happening across board. Electricity prices are coming down. Utility tariffs are coming down, particularly for electricity. In the opposite direction, prices at the pumps are going up as well. What does this mean for all of the work by the present administration with respect to the Ghanaian economy? The president himself has been speaking in that light. He says that, look, this has the potential to derail possibly the gains that have been made. What will be the government's response? I recall when the war started, I spoke to a number of experts who say, look, we should have the government speak, address the nation and say, look, this is what is happening, this is the potential impact it can have. That was over a month ago, right? Now we're having the president speak to it. We'll get into all of that for you shortly as well. To the president. We'll get into all of those details for you as well here on the 3FM Sunrise. Big conversations expected as well. The Office of the Special Prosecutor, the SP himself yesterday was speaking at a CDD event, says that, look, but for the benevolence and the intervention of the president, our office would have been scrapped. Is that the case? Have there been attempts to scrap the office of the special prosecutor? He says that, look, Ghanaians back them in the work that they do. What do you think? And impressed thus far with the work of the Office of the Special Prosecutor? Let us know. We're streaming right now on Facebook. Our handles 3FM 927. Same handles on Twitter as well. 3FM 927. In terms of what it is they will be looking out for in helping to deal with the current crisis with respect to the Black Stars, right? The News Center is one of the many papers I have this morning. They lead with Mahama hint of fuel relief as crude oil hit $119. Pump prices skyrocket. We felt in the pocket this morning. We'll get that story for you. Government to borrow 15.2 billion cedis in T-bill bonds in 3 months. New fuel prices, petrol at 15.19 cedis, diesel at 17.85 cedis. Really, what will be the justification for these commercial transport owners right now not to increase transport fares? Because they stayed their hands at the last time of asking what will be their response to these latest price hikes again. Majority of Ghanaians back OSP. That's according to a report. And MML crown leading fintech solutions provider for 2026. Let me do the Punch Africa as well. Assemblies of God Ghana in Joru honors Reverend Mrs. Rose Asumeni in grand celebration. Tension mounts as Volta Regional Council of State member challenges Yoko probe. Gabriel Tanku Kwame Gan, a member of the Council of State, the Volta Regional Rep. Fireworks at Park. As Edem Agbana at Tamils Abena Osei clash at sitting. Drama in Parliament as lawmakers reject probe into gold reserve scheme, and Ghana is proud of you. Julius Zebra applauds at Mahama's bold UN speech. The Daily Gist, a big push scandal probe. Ministry deletes evidence. It's a question they are asking. That I'm not really quite sure because the details are still very much on the website. NPA rolls out 24-hour economy fueling. Mahama seeks private lawyers for oral cases. Yoko chases Council of State member over fraud. ECOWAS picks Akufo-Addo for Benin election observer mission. $7.4 million for World Cup supporters. And will probe NDC gold for reserves in 2029, according to Potozwa. The Accra Times next on the bill. Bagbin touts Democracy Cup, says event has evolved into national platform. Afoko drives unity at Kujum Peony's mother's funeral. Ayarega salutes Parliament for passing important bills. Unimark Sojams inspires students with mentorship training session. NPA intensifies Stay Back, Stay Safe campaign to address fuel siphoning. Unimark students undergo modern media practices as well. The publisher, also one of the many I have. Dear President Mahama, sack this guy. Council of State member accuses Rimodacho of abuse of office, contempt of court, public theatrics, personal vendetta, and more. And John Mahama says that anti-LGBT bill not my priority. Apostolic Church Ghana bans wedding kisses. They say now you may kiss your bride. It's off limit. If you want to go and kiss your wife at home, please. We are not coming to do you may kiss your bride here. Go and kiss her at home. That's according to the Apostolic Church. Double honor for Dr. Brown. And this according to Kizia Jabe. He says, my days as SP are numbered. I don't know exactly what it means by that. A handful of the papers currently here with us. I'll return to get us into the details of some of them because they make for an interesting read. But let me do this quick spot of commercial, right? Then when I return, I will get you in to the GFA president and the comments that he's been making, because the Black Stars is important business in relation to all that we've been talking about over the last 24 hours. But spot of commercials right now, after which we're back with a bit more for you here on the 3FM Sunrise.
Accra, it's time! Celebrate Easter with Kitia and enjoy 25% off store-wide and up to 50% off selected items from April 1. Visit Kitia at Sprintesh Road or follow at Kitia Ghana on Instagram.
Sunrise on 3FM, the best in the morning.
Right, so let's thank you very much for staying with us. Just a quick spot of commercial. Let's get into the GFA president and the comments he's been making, particularly now that the team is on a manhunt for a new coach. This is what Ket Okraku had to tell Michael Otieje with respect to plans going forward in getting a new coach and the Black Stars.
Faces, I would say. One phase, me watching Ghana play against Germany and putting up a decent performance. And another phase, me having to say bye-bye to a coach I've worked well with for a while. So it's been shall I say that it's been a tough 24 hours. But that's life.
How tough did you have the conversation with Otto about the dismissal face-to-face yourself?
Yes, I did. Obviously, once I employed him, I'm also responsible for everything that is connected to his job. So,
how tough was that meeting?
As human as we are, I mean, and having worked since 2022, we've had a good working relationship. But at the end, as leaders as we are, it's always important for us to look at ourselves in our faces and speak about issues that concern us and how we can progress as individuals and as a collective.
What point did you come to the decision? Because I've had a lot of private conversations with you and conversations on the record like this. And if there's one thing that runs through both streams of conversations, is your unyielding conviction that Otto could easily become Ghana's version of Hughes, Eric Graggy and theirs. At what point did you decide that this was not working?
So first of all, I would say without being proud, with all humility, that I'm a leader who is dynamic. I'm a leader who is honest to issues around me. And I'm a team player, which is most important. And I think that when you're leading the team, you may have your strong opinions about the issues, but there are moments that you need to listen to the team for the greater good of our country. And at this moment, we thought it's Ghana first, and we have to go in a different direction.
What did you see that convinced you about this?
I don't know whether it's about what did I see or what did I hear, or perhaps both. I've seen Otto work over time since we engaged him. I've heard millions of comments.
Sunrise on 3FM, the best
I've
in the morning.
Him prepare the team for games. I've seen the last 4 or 5 games that we have played. I've seen the group us in the executive committee discuss the games that we have played. And I've also heard about our shared vision for the World Cup. And I thought that it was time for us to look at another direction for our common vision.
As Ket Okreku, he is the GFA president, speaking to Michael Otije, who's general manager for sport here at Media General. I want to know what you think and what you make of his comments, pretty much in relation to the decision to relieve Otuado of his position as Black Stars coach. The difficulty in arriving at that decision, amongst many other things, and very, very little really on what we should expect in terms of a look ahead for a new coach. But we'll try and get on the phone lines as well, and get you some more in terms of details. But these are the names which are coming up with respect to new coaches. There's Kwesi Appiah, there is Charles Akono. Oh, right. These are coaches which have been appointed under the tenure or the administration of Ket Okreku as GFA president. 6 coaches, right? 6 different appointments. There was Kwesi Appiah, there's been Charles Akono, Melo Van Rijva. We went back to him. If you go back to the comments which were made before Melo was made coach, you asked lots of questions. Then there was Otuado, took us to the 2022 World Cup, after which we exited via the group stages and he walked. Chris Hughton took us to the AFCON. We couldn't make it out of the group stages. He walked as well. Otuado returned. We couldn't qualify for the Africa Cup of Nations, but we somehow had our World Cup games going exceedingly well, but the AFCON games were an absolute disaster, and he qualified us for the World Cup. And since then, it's been conversations and concerns as to the quality of what we see as fans on the pitch, and question marks being raised as to tactics and what have you. But this is where we are. 6 appointments under the present GFA leadership. There are those many who say that, look, under the current leadership, there's been a lot of retrogression with respect to the Black Stars, and not just the Black Stars, but the national teams. But in terms of the Black Stars specific, 21 games, 8 wins, 5 draws, 8 defeats is the numbers, or what the stats look like for Coach Otuado, right? That's what the stats look like for him since he became coach of the Black Stars. The wins have been very pivotal because he managed to get us into the World Cup, but thereafter we've lost 4 on the bounce, the last being that 2-1 defeat to Germany. But before that, there was that 5-1 thumping, some call it a thrashing, at the hands of Austria. I want to take this all to Jerome Mochri. He's a sports analyst, one who's followed the Black Stars and followed the Ghanaian game for a very long time with respect to all that's happened, and now the names that are coming up as well in relation to the Black Stars. Mr. Mochri, happy new month to you, and I trust that you're well.
Yes, by God's grace, I'm fine, and I extend the same best wishes to you in this new month.
Thank you very much as well. In terms of best wishes, it's not been the best of times if you're a supporter of the senior national team, the Black Stars, which all of us are kind courtesy of being proud citizens. It's not been great, and we saw the ousting of Otuado in the very early hours of yesterday. In the aftermath, there's been a lot of conversations as to who replaces him. What have you made of the sacking up until now, and the suggestions and names as well, which have come up in terms of a replacement?
The sacking did not come as a surprise to me, because from the beginning of his appointment, some of us altered the approach the Football Association took. And not many people, especially those in support of the FA and the way they do their things, thought that we are the usual critics of the FA. We don't see anything good with the FA. And so whatever comes up, we try to find a way to talk it down. This was not the case because, Mawuena, with all due respect to the people at the FA, it is an organization of great repute. If such an organization put out a statement indicating the appointment of a coach on the basis of a certain requirement, and it turns out that the appointment was done with complete disrespect to their own requirements, for me as an analyst, for me as an observer, as a football fan, the first question I ask is, what was the use of the benchmarks you set for the coach? For the appointment of the coach. So, in my view, and yesterday I put this out there on my X handle, that Otto Addo was a brilliant failure from the start. He didn't meet the very qualifications the FA put out there for the appointment of a coach. And so how do you excel, or how do you expect him to excel when the qualifications required for the job, he didn't meet it? This is basic corporate governance issue. And I think the FA has failed in matters of governance, particularly when it comes to decisions on deciding who coaches the Black Stars. This is not the first time they messed up. This is about the 5th or 6th time in almost 7 years. And for me, it raises critical questions of governing the Football Association. Yeah, maybe it is an association of their own, so they can do what they want. And I always want to make that distinction, that there are members of the association who have decided to run football clubs, and you can't tell them how they should run it. But when it comes to the national team, that is why every Ghanaian is talking, because not many people care about Hatsufoko or Asante Kotoko or Dreams FC or any football club. You don't see Ghanaians running here and there to go and watch some of these clubs. But when it comes to the national team, you see families, because this is something that binds us. This is something that unites us. So if you have an association that decides to do things that do not sit well with, common practice of governance, then we have to ask serious questions of them. And that's why I think that the dismissal of Otto Addo, which, I expected it to happen, and it has happened, should not make us think that it's a mere matter of a coach not performing. There is an issue of accountability and responsibility, which the FA must first accept, and then chart a new path. Who coaches the team from here? I'm not so much interested in personalities. I am very much interested in the issues of governance, the issues of responsibility and accountability, the issues that underpin decision making. Because we have just about 70 or so days to the World Cup. Are we going to appoint a coach who will just handle the team in, let's say, 100 days? Because 70 days to the World Cup maximum should be about 30 days. So is the coach going to take charge of the team in the next 100 days? Then after the World Cup, we decide who else to take over the team, or we are looking at a long-term thing. Now, the problem with some of the decisions that have gone into appointing Black Star coaches in the last 6 years has also been with this myopic short-term approach, such that in 2022, Otto Addo was given 6 months to handle the Black Stars. Who does that? This is the senior national team, But we went to the World Cup in 2022 in Qatar, and the coach knew very well that regardless of what I do with this team, 6 months I'll be done. You don't run a senior national team like that. And that is why we have come back to this point, because this short-termism, this very myopic approach of taking decisions with the senior national team is something that must stop. And maybe I should use your platform to call on the government. Look, the reason the Black Stars continues to be mismanaged is also because of government complicity or ignorance, maybe a lack of interest, so that the FA does what they want with the senior national team. Because none of the people within the FA will run their football clubs the way they run the Black Stars when it comes to coaching. So let us take our minds to the issues of administration, the issues of decision making that, result in who becomes the team's coach. And maybe if we pay particular attention to that, some of these issues will be nipped in the bud.
It's important you mention it in terms of the entire structure, right, which has been behind the decision making at the GFA. Now we're back again to square one for a lot of people, and the individuals who did not adhere to their own directives or set of guidelines to make an appointment for a coach for the senior national team are expected to do same again for that same position. There's very little trust that they will do a good job in getting us a new coach. But then there's a challenge again as to preparation. Where do you stand on persons who say, look, we've mishandled everything and now we've shot ourselves in the foot really of being able to make it out of the group stages at the World Cup in an already difficult group that we're walking into?
In terms of what will happen to us at the World Cup, I have very little expectation. And it is premised not on patriotism, it is premised on realities. The reality is that even with the best of teams, the World Cup is a different kettle of fish. Even the likes of Brazil and Germany and name them. Sometimes the bookmakers, the bookmakers will go for someone, and you realize that in the first few matches, the choice or choices of the bookmakers will be struggling. So it's not something that I really want to even look at until maybe our boat has calmly find its place on the waters in terms of the direction of the team. Now, about the point of the same people going to make the same or going to decide again who coaches the team, that is why we need the interest of the state to be pushed. But I'm sorry, I don't, and that is why I speak of government lack of interest or complicity or indeed ignorance. Otherwise, if there are issues with the health of the nation, the health of citizens, you hold the ministry, the minister in charge of health to task. You call on him to look at issues of health so that the nation's health is taken good care of. When it comes to sports, I'm sorry, but it's not just this time. It's become like anybody, anything goes. Such that consistently for 6 years, we have taken state resources to hire coaches, and just anybody does anything, and there's no accountability. Yesterday, I was reading from some of your publications that we are likely to pay, is it between 500 and 800, or in terms of cost of hiring coaches and dismissing them in the last 6 years, we are looking at about $800,000. This is a country whose sports cannot even pay boxers who go on national assignments, athletes. We can't even find a few thousands of dollars for them to come. But when it comes to Black Stars, the cost of hiring and dismissing coaches in the last 6 years is almost nearing $1 million. What sort of sports administration is that? I would expect the Minister of Sports and Recreation to really give Ghanaians some hope. As for the FA, look, they are always going to do what they want to do. And it will hit them back in the face. They will never learn. I haven't seen, and this is in context of coaches' appointment for the senior national team, I haven't seen that they have learned any lesson. Because no football organization will set benchmarks for the appointments of coaches and completely disregard it. No serious football association will do that. And we are talking of the World Cup. The countries that compete well at the stage of the World Cup are very serious countries. I mean, they don't come and toy with coaches. Check the French national team. Check the Argentine national team. Check the English. Check the Brazilians. They will not behave like the way we are doing. So let the state show its seriousness when it comes to the interest of the Black Stars. It's not just about money. It's not just about raising funds. In fact, you raise funds, and what do we use it for? Yesterday I was reading a story that said that, and maybe I mean my sources may be wrong, but based on what I read, the story was quoting the minister as saying that government is looking at sending 800 supporters to the World Cup. What? These are some of the misplaced priorities we are talking of. And I would expect that we take their interest in the Black Stars from galvanizing supporters, putting them on a plane to watch the World Cup, to matters of critical importance, which is direction of the team technically. If your coach is poor, if you bus 1,000 fans to a stadium, you'll still be beaten. So what is the interest? Sending fans abroad or making sure that the team performs so that the millions of Ghanaian fans back home, not the thousands you want to satisfy with, air trips, are happy that collectively the nation has an agenda to make the Black Stars perform. I'm sorry, on the basis of what has happened in recent weeks, and indeed the handling of the Black Stars, I don't see the state's interest, that high. What I see is anything goes, and that business will hurt the team if we keep on that path.
Absolutely, Jerome. I appreciate you speaking to us this morning and your perspective shared with us as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, too.
That's Jerome Watry. As a sports analyst and a journalist, has followed the game for a very long time, and you can hear the disappointment in his voice when he speaks about the Black Stars. And it's a disappointment that's shared across board. Right, across board with respect to the management of the team. I want to go on to the other line. Dr. Ernest Nogbe is the chair of the sports committee in Parliament, and perhaps we'll take some of these concerns, particularly on the part of taking supporters and what have you to the World Cup. Doc, good morning to you and a happy new month.
Well, good morning to you too, and good morning to your listeners. Happy New Month to you too.
Thank you very much, Doc. It's been a while since we spoke, but I'm glad that we're connecting again via the phone line. Doc, this Black Stars business, for you in the sports committee, are you not worried that we are going to disgrace ourselves at the World Cup, the manner in which we are going?
If you can kindly tell me the way and manner we are going.
We've just sacked our coach. And the football has not been looking good. Everybody is worried. They don't trust the groupings which appointed the sacked coach to start off with to make a proper replacement.
Well. In football, anything can happen. And by the way, how do you assess the performance of the coach as a journalist? How do you assess the performance of the coach?
No, this one is on the field, though. The football that we watch and the result, we've lost 4 on the bounce, and that's what resulted in the sacking.
Which means that the coach was not performing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Exactly. So his sack shouldn't be a problem because we all want results. Just that we can say that the timing was wrong, but some of us were expecting this particular sack from more than a year now, and we'll be advocating for his sack because actually we some of us did not see the future in Otoado. Otoado was here before. He coached the Black Stars, and we saw it. Just for the mere fact that the players were determined to go to the World Cup, and they won that match or they drew that match with Nigeria, does not mean that the coach has the technical acumen to perform and perform well and to match himself to the world-class coaches. So we started advocating long ago that the coach should be sacked. It's just that it's just unfortunate that the GFA did not heed to several opinions and advice by doing so earlier than this. But be that is me. As I always say, the players are players who are playing international matches and even local matches. They know how to kick the ball. They know how to pass the ball. They know what to do on the pitch. What we need a coach for is to give them that technical and managerial skills. To manage the egos of the players and give them the technical experience that they need, the formation that they will be playing vis-a-vis the formation of the opponent on the field. So whichever coach we are going to bring now, knowing very well the state at which we are, I'm sure it shouldn't worry us so much. Because as a coach, the first and foremost thing that you need to do is to manage the players itself before the tactics on the field. So I can bet you that we'll go to the World Cup and we'll perform. Whoever comes to take up this challenge will perform. And not also forget, I always say this, that when players are not happy with the tactics of the coach and they want that coach to be sacked, they demonstrate it on the field of play. So all that we are witnessing, I'm pretty sure when things change, you will see a different Black Stars. And I think it is our duty, all of us, to support the team and to support the ministers, to support the government for the Black Stars to deliver.
Absolutely. And so now there's a bit of optimism that when we go there, we'll do well. But there are conversations surrounding funds to the World Cup as well. We know the government has been soliciting for funds. What do you, at the committee level in Parliament, know? Because there's now the suggestion that outside of that work as to donations to get people to go and watch the World Cup, the government is seeking to commit resources from state coffers to take 800 funds to go and watch the Black Stars.
I cannot tell the source of that information, where I stand and where my position. I have not heard the government saying that they are sending any number of funds to go and watch the match. Don't forget that the minister was consistent almost all the time saying that the Justice Jamaica Commission barred the government from using state money, state funds, in sponsoring funds to go and watch international tournaments. The minister has declared on this matter, and government also has declared on this matter. So I have where I see, when you hear the government of fundraising, etc., do not forget that we just passed a bill into law. That is the Sports Fund Act. And that Sports Fund Act is to solicit for funds for sports development in the country. Yes, sports development in the country can mean any other thing. It can mean that we are going to build stadiums, we are going to invest in infrastructure, etc. So the fundraising is not specifically directing towards taking funds to US to go and watch a World Cup. Not at all. We just passed the act, and we are getting monies from all other sources, and even the act states where to get some of these monies from. So 5%, 10%, etc. from other sources that will be paid directly into the fund. And when we have fund managers who will manage the fund and will get funds to develop sports infrastructure, if part of such money is used to take some number of fans to go and watch football, I don't see how there should be a problem. In actual fact, since we are not using money from the consolidated fund, we are not using state funds to do so. Individual institutions and corporate Ghana and other people who want to donate to pick a number of funds to go and watch a World Cup should not be a problem.
Doug, I'm seeing the minister's comments in verbatim, right? Because he was Monday speaking to Akrabi's Channel 1 television, where he says government will sponsor 800 funds for the 2026 World Cup. And this is an exact quote from him. He says, the cost is quite high, so we are thinking about not doing more than 800. The supporters union are many, We can't take all. If we are successful at sending the 800 number, the calculations we did, even at the group stage, will cost you about $9,250 per head. We are paying for their air ticket, accommodation, and transport. This suggests coffers of the state will be reached into to take some 800 supporter union groupings to the World Cup. And that is what is beginning to have people raise their eyebrows and say, why are we... And this is supposed to cost us some $7 million.
Yes, probably. I can assure you that when he says government will sponsor some supporters to go, some 800 supporters, that is if that statement is even correct at the first place. If he says that, it doesn't necessarily mean that we are going to take money from the consolidated fund to do so. If that is the case, why should we be raising funds? I held a press conference in Parliament recently, cutting corporate Ghana and institutions to donate into this fund. President Mahama was at the fundraising on the 20th of this March to raise funds from individuals, musicians, etc. to do so. So it does not necessarily mean that we are going to use the taxpayers' money for this project, even if that is what the minister said, because I know the minister has been consistent that using state funds to sponsor, at the committee level, he brought the Jamefe Commission because members wanted to know whether you were going to use state funds to sponsor, supporters to go and watch the match. He brought the Jamefe Commission to the committee level. We read it, and he insisted that based on these provisions in that commission's report, the government will not, use any funds from the consolidated fund to sponsor players or to sponsor supporters to go and do so. And probably that is all the more reason why we are activating the process of donations. So I can tell you that if minister has said that, if that is the case, you are quoting the minister of the native, probably he personally did not mean that we are going to use money from the consolidated fund. That is me. It is the government that is raising the funds, isn't it?
Right.
It's the government that is raising the funds.
Into private accounts, not into state coffers, and they are going to seek to use that to carry 800 supporters to the World Cup.
I don't get that right.
I'm saying that it's the government that is raising the funds from corporate Ghana and what have you, and that is the money you understand is going to be...
That is my understanding, and I will be surprised if they should use any other money to do so. I will be surprised because that is, to the best of the knowledge of me, myself, and the committee, that is what they are going to use. And that is why we are all involved. That is why the committee also held a press conference. That is why His Excellency John Dramani Mahama was involved. Everybody is involved in raising funds towards this project.
There are those who are also questioning the reason why we are even raising funds to start off with. Why are we raising funds to take supporters to the World Cup when there are lots of Ghanaians outside of the country? Some argue that, look, instead of raising $7 million, which you are going to use to carry persons outside of this country, how much will it cost to have Ghanaians identify themselves and make it to the various match centers? There'll be Ghanaians in the U.S. who will be wanting to go see the Black Stars play. Get the tickets for them and let them go and watch the game instead of wanting to fly people from here. That's one of the many arguments that's been made.
Yes, we asked same questions at the committee level when we met the minister recently, and that position is also not discounted. They are going to try as much as possible to mobilize the diaspora as well to watch, to go and watch the match and support the Blasters as well. It's also something that is in the pipeline. And so if you read what you just read to me now, the minister was using the if clause, if they are able to. So there are a lot of issues. You cannot discount taking a number of supporters to go and support your Blasters from Ghana. The only thing we are looking at is where is the funding coming from. So if you are able to galvanize supporters from the diaspora to go and watch the match, coupled with the few that you take from Ghana, I think when you are going to play football, definitely you need the support of the people. You need the support. The team needs the support. If that is the case, then you wouldn't have problem with a number of supporters that may travel from Ghana here if the minister's statement is right, and if he is able to get the 800, if he's going to get the amount of money to spend on them. I seriously, I don't see anything that is so much wrong with it, since that money is not going out from the consolidated fund. But that is me. As you rightly said, the diaspora agenda is also on course. Mobilization of those diaspora, is also on course. So if you strike the cost of mobilization, mobilizing the diaspora to go and watch the match, probably what might have been the expenses that will be made here might be the air ticket.
Right.
And yeah.
Doc, Sixtus is here. Sixtus Don Ullo as well. He says he has a question for you, and so Sixtus.
Sixtus, how are you?
Thank you, Doc. You mentioned in your response to one of the questions how you have personally also expected that decision of the removal of the coach to have happened much, much earlier than it did. Yes. But you and your committee stands accused as one of the stakeholders that should have spoken up and out way earlier, but we never had the sports committee intervene in any of these matters. You were quiet, you were silent. So how do you respond to the people who say that stakeholders, critical stakeholders like your committee, also did not help matters with the situation of the Black Stars?
Well, when you talk of committee, the committee as a stakeholder in this matter, yes, you are right, because we have oversight responsibility of the ministry. But it is not everything that you hear the committee on air talking about. This matter at the committee level was raised. And that is why I'm saying that as the chairman, we've been aiming at this particular position for a very long time. And personally, as the chairman, I have spoken on several media outlets against the continuous stay of the coach. So we have done our best at the committee level. Our duty is to invite the minister, to invite the GFA, to invite those people and question them on matters that affect the industry. And so we did. But we are not the appointing authority. We are not we can only make the noise. We can only talk about it. We can only tell you this. Oh, have you forgotten even the former leader, Chairman Sabosu, also spoke on this matter. Mm-hmm. Even the minister himself said that we needed to review the performance of the coach and to see whether he has performed, whether to keep him or not. When he says this, yes, he is the appointing authority, but you don't forget also the FIFA rule that government interference. So he cannot do much if he does not get the buy-in of the GFA. So for the committee, I'm pretty sure we have done our bit at that level. It is just that some people, group of people, thought it wise that, well, let's give the coach time and see whether he will perform, and that is where we are today.
Would you say the GFA listens to critical stakeholders like the sports committee?
Well, they listen to us, but that has come very late, as we are talking about now, because we started talking about this for a very long time. So many individuals spoke about it. People who are not even committee members spoke about it. The committee spoke about it. We made them aware the reasons why the coach had to go at that time. They told us they were going to work on it. We made a lot of suggestions at that instant as well. I remember I spoke about if they wouldn't want to sack the coach, they should beef up the technical team as well. They should organize refresher courses for the coach. I remember I spoke about all those things. A 3-month refresher courses for the coach. If that is if they are unwilling to sack him. Yes, as at that point, we may say they were adamant, but be it as is may now, the chicken has come home to roost. So we can say that, yes, better late than never. I still stand by that one, that better late than never.
You Doc.
Doc, we appreciate you joining us this morning here on the 3FM Sunrise, and I'm sure we'll talk again because there'll be a lot in relation to the Black Stars.
Most grateful, my brother.
Right, that's Dr. Ernest Nogbe speaking to us. He's the chair of the Sports Committee of Parliament. It will take us on to another quick break here on the 3FM Sound. When we return, we'll hear from the president because he's been speaking about fuel prices and what possible intervention we can be getting because pump prices are going up this morning. I know that's of utmost importance to a number of you listening to us as well. But we're back after these.
Celebrate Easter with us at Progressive Valley Resort. Kick off your Easter weekend with our Sumpter's Good Friday lunch buffet featuring live DJ mixes. In the evening, join us for a delicious barbecue dinner buffet accompanied by live band music. Enjoy our special lunch buffet with live DJ soul music on Easter Saturday and a live band on Easter Sunday and Monday. Our dinner buffet for these days will be accompanied by smooth saxophone music. Join us on Easter Monday for the biggest pool party. Enjoy live mixes from 3FM's DJ Abiam while you take advantage of discounts on selected menu items. The kids will not be left out. They will enjoy face painting, cotton candy, popcorn, ice cream, and the bouncy castle. Make this Easter a complete getaway with our special room packages and relaxing spa offers available throughout this Easter weekend. For reservations, please call 0540-125-555 or 0540-125-554. Progressive Valley Resort. Live life.
Accra, it's time! Celebrate Easter with Kitia and enjoy 25% off store-wide and up to 50% off selected items from April 1. Visit Kitia at Sprintex Road or follow at Kitia Ghana on Instagram.
Morning is on 92.7 Sunrise on 3FM.
Glad that you could stay with us. 7:29 here on the 3FM Sunrise, and we're getting into some other matters for you in relation to fuel prices. But let me say a good morning to Major General Lawrence Kwekuk-Betanu, who is the Chief of Army Staff of the Ghana Armed Forces. Good morning to him this morning right now. But let's get into the president, right? And the comments he's been making with respect to possible relief for you and I, particularly Sixtus, Johnnie, Hughes, and the rest of the gang, who will be coughing a lot more in terms of payment for fuel. This is what the president had to say when he met CSOs yesterday.
Dialogue with civil society engagement
with respect to fuel prices and what he intends for the country's economy. No, right. We'll work that out pretty shortly and get you the details. Right now, I should think we can. Right. Let me rectify this particular one with respect to hearing from the president pretty shortly and bringing you the details of exactly what the president has been saying on fuel prices and what this could mean for all of us. Right? Here's the president.
The Joy expose was good. Apparently, when we investigated, it wasn't only that district. It was almost all the districts in the gold mining areas were doing the same thing.
Yes.
Right. I'll rectify that and get you details. But let me say good morning to Sixtus as well, who's here with us. Sixtus, fuel prices. How much did you pay for fuel this morning when you were coming?
Last night, actually.
The prices it took effect last
night? Yes. In fact, the report is that it took effect in the morning of yesterday at some pump stations. I know I had bought fuel from one of the Star Oil outlets, at the Adenta outlet, and it was 12:19 or so. And in the evening, we left the office. So Abiam and I, we went through Bauleshi to buy fuel again, the Star Oil there. And from 12:49, it shot up to 13. No, from 12:19, it shot up to 13:45 or 49. So in a spade of 12 hours, it had increased by, I think, 1 cedi or 80 pesos or so. Yes, which was shocking, because I mean, and you know that Star Oil would usually be the one with the lowest margins. So it took us by surprise when we saw that, and this was within a 12-hour window. So something has to happen. You recall at the beginning of the war, the conflict.
Yeah.
On this same show, we had advocated that the government comes to speak on this issue, tell us that yes, it is going to affect us. That we all know already. It is going to affect us. But what are the mitigating factors that the administration is likely to stand upon to say that even though this is happening, we are not going to be witnessing any shortages, number one. We are not going to be seeing any scary increments, number two. We are still going to see some form of stability, number three, in the pricing. Because if there's no stability, then there's panic, like what happened to us yesterday. So you go in the morning, in the evening you get back and it's changed. And I kept asking the attendant, how did this happen? When did this happen? Because yesterday, just as in the day before, I had bought fuel, same OMC, different outlets. So on my way home, I actually went by the Adenta branch just to be sure that the Bauleshi people had not done something untoward, you know. And I realized it was uniform. So I think that we need to have constant communication on this matter. I recall, I think it was the MPA also, which issued a statement to say that, look, this is happening, but you are not going to be having any shortages anytime soon, right? I vaguely recall such a statement.
In fact, there's been latest assurance as well from Eduji Tamaklo, who's
that we are not going to be having any shortages. So the next thing is to ensure that stability is there, so that we are not taken by surprise. We are not taken by surprise. It won't help. That is what will cause the panic. That is when we begin to see transport owners and drivers and mates increasing fares anyhow. That is when you begin to hear the spare parts dealers come to say that, okay, now GRA says they are not the reason we should increase, but fuel prices are giving us a reason to increase. So there's an urgent need to give out assurances, address the concerns, give out assurances, and tell us that it will be well.
Let's hear from the President now on what he intends or what the plans are to help mitigate the current onslaught in terms of price hikes. All right?
We're sailing quite smoothly. And indeed, we're beginning to enjoy some of the lowest fuel prices in a long time. Unfortunately, they say man proposes, God disposes. I don't know what came into the heads of Trump, Netanyahu, and all of them to start this war. But unfortunately, while the cedi remains stable, if this had happened when the cedi was at 17, we probably could not have been able to survive. But the good thing for us is that the cedi remains stable, and so the push factor in the oil price buildup is not coming from the currency, because happily the currency is remaining stable. The push factor is coming from the price of crude oil and finished products. And so far, we've absorbed it. It's not affected us as much, but if this thing continues some more, then we'll have to take some decisive decisions. Some of the weapons we have is to look at the margins to try and cushion consumers, and then also look at the recently imposed 1 cedi development levy to try and cushion consumers. But my hope is that sooner than later, this war will come to an end, and we'll see more stable fuel prices. But for now, government remains concerned because fuel prices move the transport sector, and the transport sector is the main driver of inflation. If fuel goes up, the cost of transporting food items goes up, and it affects the inflation in the food basket. And so I'm happy we have thinkers like Duncan and co. We're all looking at what is going on and praying that the war comes to an end. But if it doesn't, what other...
The best in the morning is on 92.7 Sunrise on 3FM.
We don't see an increase in inflation.
As a president, you heard him as well, Sixtus, in terms of what they make of the situation and what possible mitigating factors are available. I didn't hear him outrightly on specifics, but says that
there's some drastic measures would have to be taken if this continues, and you can understand that. This is where our tour operations will become critical. I don't have the facts. I don't know whether we are at the stage that TOR can say that we will be able to augment this much with this much. I don't know whether we are at a stage at which we can say that the productions and the value additions that we are making will be able to save the situation to this level. I don't know whether we are at that stage. And those are questions we would have to ask the relevant authorities. But what the president said is expected, that if this doesn't happen, then we will all be expecting some drastic measures. So it's not a question of prayer. It's a question of how we are laying the ground to save the situation for our people. I think that this is where the NPA, TOR, and civil society, like COPEC, and the OMCs, they would have to come together to see how the situation is dealt with. Because we have already reached the 13 margin. Some are even at 17.
That's diesel, and diesel is what a vast majority of the
vehicles
commercial
use.
drivers
Yes.
use, and so that immediately rings alarm bells, because they were in those regions when they increased prices at the time. It reduced last year. I think at some point they were around 14 and what have you, and prices came down. So now they'll be asking the question: why should prices continue to remain at where it is when we are back to 17 and the likes?
They should wait till we get to 20. If we get to 20, then they can start the conversation. But that is the more reason we need to begin having the conversations now, because so far we don't control the happenings in the conflict. We have no idea how Iran and Israel and USA are responding to each other. And so far, we are even getting conflicting reports from them. Trump says negotiations are happening. The Iranians, their speaker has been very loud lately, saying that, no, we don't know what he is talking about. So those are factors we cannot control. Which are the factors we can control in this matter? Can we begin to identify them, bring the stakeholders together, and see how we deal with the situation for the vast majority of our people? Like you rightly observed, yes, the Trotro people are the ones to begin stirring trouble. And where it is now, 17 cities, I'm not sure whether that is a total or the other one. We announced Guel Zone this morning.
Shell, right?
Shell. Either Total or Shell. One of them is 17 point something. So this is the time to begin to bring the stakeholders together, and let's see how we deal with it. Maybe not necessarily even a reduction, considering what the factors on the ground may be, but how the other stakeholders would also be able to help the situation. So if it's the transport operators that we need at the table, we can begin now dealing with the transport operators. If it is the OMCs we need at the table now, we can begin dealing with the OMCs. But by all means, NPA, TOR will have to start engaging. Civil society would have to start mobilizing and initiating the conversations. That is the way to go.
Right. Rivers and Opong and a host of others, I'm sure, the OMCs and other experts, like you mentioned, will be taking particular interest, right, in a number of the conversations that have been had by the president and the interjections that are expected to come through in the now. But 17 cities, I struggle to see what other reasons you can give transport operators really to say that the fares should remain at where they are, because
there is hope.
They stayed their hand.
Yes.
But now we're learning there is going to be ground forces in Iran. If there are ground forces, immediately it suggests the war is not ending anytime soon. And if this persists, but one thing I want to, I'm sure it's very well known to a lot of people, is that the ripple effect is being felt the world over. I think I saw someone share a comment that in the US, prices have gone up, is it twice the amount? I just have to check exactly how much. But prices have gone up everywhere. In some of the Asian Pacific countries, for instance, they've had to ration the number of days persons go to work because the commodity is not available. There's no fuel in the country, and so there's a shortage of fuel, and so they've decided that Thursdays and Tuesdays stay home, go to work Monday, Wednesdays and Fridays, so that the demand will drop.
Mm-hmm.
That is the reality.
That's something employers can also do.
That is the reality on the ground, right? And so yes, there's that great challenge with respect to the situation affecting the entire world, practically. But as it affects the entire world and prices are going up, it is going to affect inflation across length and breadth of the country, here in Ghana and the rest of the world as well. And so, like I said, I don't see how transport operators will continue to say transport fares will remain at where they are. That is why the president was right to begin to now make comment openly about this, that look, this has the potential to derail all of the successes chalked over the last 1 year, because the moment inflation begins to go up, the monetary policy rates that we've seen, or the lending rates that we've seen, drop from, was it 20% or 19% thereabouts, to now is it 14.5% at the last time of my check-in. We could begin to see it go up again, and that will not be too great in terms of inflation, which is around 3%, right? Inflation is around 3% now. It could begin to inch up again, and the Ghanaian that when prices go up, they don't like to reduce it. So it's better we avoid it in totality. I'm going to take us to Parliament just briefly again on the work that's been done or is being done at this point in time by the Auditor General, or the Public Accounts Committee to be specific, and that special audit report, which was undertaken by the Auditor General and some of the findings. Have you been able to follow the proceedings?
What was that between Honorable Adam Agbana, Honorable Mills, and the Honorable Abnose? I mean, how? And it wasn't good. To a point where the vice chair of the committee, the ranking actually, the chair, Abnose Osari.
Yeah, she's
the chair of the committee.
But because of the findings, she kind of allows the Honorable Mills to leave because it was
because of the focus.
It was during her
exactly.
Her
this was on her ministry.
As deputy,
Yes. I mean, the way she lashed out, say, young man, I beg your pardon.
That's your colleague member of parliament.
That's your colleague member of parliament. He was equally elected. You see, that thing that they do to young people is not cool. That thing that is, it keeps happening to young people in positions. You are the MD of an organization, but because probably the chief director thinks that you are young enough to be his or her son or daughter, then they don't want to give you that respect.
Accord you the respect
that you deserve. You are the CEO of a public entity, but because some officer there sees you to be a small boy, a small girl, they don't want to accord it, then they will be saying, if not for political whatever, you won't be here. Excuse you. I was surprised. I mean, we're all listening. We all heard what was said. And we all knew what was intended when the statement was made. If I didn't even, which deputy minister was that?
John Dumelo is the deputy agric minister.
No. There was a lady on the the lady who said the
party people.
The party people.
No, it's not a minister. It was one of the agencies through which the contract for the rice and all of that.
Yes.
So
because John Dumelo only came in an attempt to try to salvage the situation, to try to, in a very nice way, signal the Honorable Adam Agbana to relax. He said, this one, it is house matter, we'll chop him later. And the Honorable Dumelo did it in a very nice way. The chairman also, at a point, lost his cool. He shouted, I am the one in charge. No. Yes, you are in charge. But he is equally an elected member of parliament.
He
answers to a whole constituency, which might even be bigger than your constituency.
And to the extent that the Honorable OPK had allowed him within his time to ask the follow-up question. Yes. And yesterday I was having a conversation with somebody. I think here's where I thought they all got it wrong. You see, you were right to say that to believe that John Dumelo was seeking to suggest that Adam, calm down. This one is house matter. We'll chop it at the house. I think it was lost on everybody the question he was seeking to ask, and the haggling. Who was seeking to ask?
Adam, yes.
Haggling and everything made him as well lose his line of thinking, and he couldn't answer. He couldn't follow through with the question. Because when the woman was speaking and she said party people, and so they couldn't honor the contract, they are taking over the place, they couldn't give them.
Kept mentioning the contract, Sam.
And all of that. He came back and asked, which party people? Then the interjection came. Then he asked the question again and said, were there not CCTV cameras at the warehouse to help you determine which party people came there? And he asked further that for you to tell us that party people prevented you from being able to provide up to 19 million cedis worth of food. So me listening to that part of the question, okay, so I'm thinking perhaps he's seeking to drive at the points that, yes, party people may have come there, but I'm not sure party people can take charge of 19 million cedis worth of food, such that it cannot get to them. So, what are you trying to tell us?
Yes.
I think that was the point he was seeking to make.
It was an important intervention that Edem was seeking to make.
It got lost in all of the...
Exactly. Because everybody assumed that, this is going to be one of those
it was NDC
defending
people.
NDC people or trying to protect NDC people.
It wasn't a question.
It was an
important
defending. Intervention.
Yeah, it wasn't.
And if only the chairman, the Honorable Abina Ose Asari, the vice chair, the Honorable Mills,
he's the ranking.
Who is the vice chair?
I don't know who the vice chair is. Abina Ose Asari is the chair, but for the NDC,
the vice is from the.
Yeah.
So, I mean. I was shocked. Like you rightly observed, it was an important question. Even take for granted that it was NDC people who went to ransack the place. Let's just assume that, yes, party people went there. They caused a mess. Should we allow them to go scot-free because they are NDC people?
No.
Exactly. So he followed up with the question. There was CCTV cameras there, right? Have we, up till now, as we speak, have we identified the individuals who were there, those party people? Have we made any attempts to put them, let the law take its course and its effects on them? We haven't. But we all just sit down and say, they were party people. So the amount of money involved. So somebody also passed through there and said, party people came. So, it's our general loss. So they ended up by saying some Ghanaians, whether party people or some Ghanaians, party people are Ghanaians, are they not? So what happens? The question that the Honorable Edem Agbana sought to ask, which was eventually swept under the carpet, we have to go back to that question.
That some persons prevented 19 million cedis worth of food from being delivered. I think that's the import.
What happened to those people?
Who came?
Have we identified those people? Have we started prosecuting those people? Are there any losses that are accruing from there that we can say charge to those people? Our laws are still working, But always, the way they treated him was not right. And as young people, we have to speak up against it. If young people are put in positions of trust, let us not watch their age. Let us allow them to work, discharge their duties. It is not their age. The people of K2 North saw his age and elected him. Even if he were an 18-year-old boy or young man who was elected member of parliament, he has the mandate of a whole constituency. I dare say one of the largest constituencies in this country. You can't come and shut him up because he's what? Young man. Really? No, it was not. No. And both the Honorable Mills and the Honorable Abna Osasari, they were both out of order on that matter.
Yeah.
They were both completely out of order.
For your colleague member of parliament.
Your colleague member, equally elected.
Man was,
No. And she literally flared up. So I can imagine if this wasn't a member of parliament, if this was some officer in one of the ministries appearing before her, I can imagine the tone. Because this is your colleague member of parliament. It doesn't matter how many years you have been in parliament before him, he is a member of parliament. He has every right, every privilege to ask every question and seek any clarification that he needed to. So for me, I saw it not as they losing it on an Edem Agbana. I saw it as an attack on young people in positions of trust. That is how I saw it.
You're not entirely wrong to have seen it in that light. Let's get into sports now. Billy Shen is here. He will do sports for us.
Are the waters settling?
GFA president says applications are already coming, and we should expect a coach in a week or two. So we are waiting to see which coach.
What criteria has he laid out in terms of
the criteria? The criteria, any new criteria has not been given. So I'd reckon they are going by the old criteria.
Old one.
Yes.
The old one that they threw out of the way and did what they like.
Yes, and appointed Otto.
So this is the old one. Proven
Yes.
winner in coaching top men's national team or club.
Yes.
Football philosophy that aligns with. So what was Otto Addo's philosophy? Okay, let's look forward.
Yes.
You must hold the highest football license in the world. Which one is the highest?
UEFA license pro. Otto has it, so that he qualifies.
With
But
50
15
years of coaching experience.
He does not have that one.
Well, this was his first coaching.
This was his first main job as a head
Because
coach.
that one he was
Even
interim.
prior to this, he was assistant coach.
Prior to that, he was assistant and he was caretaker. And then now he became like a...
So his real job, coaching job, was with the Black Stars.
Yes. As a head coach.
Yes, I mean.
Yes.
Okay. Proven record in team reconstruction, organization and development of young talent.
You could make a case for that because Otto had worked with Norgeland. He'd worked in Dortmund as a talent scout. So you could make a case that he qualifies on that score.
Let me see what you say about number 5.
That one I don't know.
Proven disciplinarian,
But I think
tactician and leadership skills.
Points 3, no. Points 1, 2. Let's go back to points 1 and 2. Let's go back to points 1 and 2.
1, Kunzo.
1 and 2. Let's remind ourselves. Yeah, potential proven winner. No, absolutely not.
Before us, he had no record of winning.
Winning where?
He got out of the group stages of the world.
Okay.
Lost.
Must have philosophy.
He does not have one. His philosophy is to adjust to opponents. That's what he said. I didn't say he said it. So Ghana's DNA is agro-ball. That doesn't match agro-ball. It's not agro-ball.
Is what?
Agro-ball.
What's that?
Possession-based football.
Okay.
Exciting football.
Okay.
Otto's football
that's our national DNA.
Yes.
As far as football is concerned.
And even that statement, let's proceed.
So
what is agro-ball?
Agro-ball. That's the term they give for possession
philosophy.
Yeah, possession and exciting based football.
Maybe that feeds directly into the national psyche, national passion.
But you could say that philosophy has not been implemented yet because...
How?
Which is the entire point, reason why I said that whole thing.
Yes.
I don't even know.
Yeah. Sure.
There was an entire document launched with football philosophy. They are going to train kids from the coast with the DNA zero.
Because we are not seeing that actually come to bear yet.
But I recall under even under Dede Ayew, one of our things against Ayew was always that he likes to play too much with the ball. Yeah, because I think there was a time I would argue that we were here where you could see exciting football. I mean, that probably goes way back to Stephen Appiah and Asamoah Gyan coming down to Dede.
Yeah.
And maybe we lost it along the line when we lost our confidence and everything that goes with football. But some way, somehow, as people like me, we still found a way to enjoy the game, even though we would complain all throughout the 90 minutes. We'll still enjoy it.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering, how does that feed into a winning culture? Or if it's agro-ball, it means that our aim is just to excite our viewers, our watchers, but not necessarily to win.
Oh, excitement can also lead to wins.
Or wins can also lead to excitement.
Yes, I think they are interlinked in a way. So, I mean, Pep's. If you look at Pep's sort of philosophy, the more you possess the ball, the higher your chance of winning, because you prevent your team from
the Black Stars,
the opposition from scoring, and you still have the ball, and you can create opportunities to score and win.
My beloved Black Stars who possess, they will have 90% possession.
Do they have 90%?
No. It's just it's a beautiful exaggeration I'm using to make a point. they would usually create all the chances, and they will end up not converting any of the chances. They would usually be able to, play the football that even the Comoros game that Mawuena keeps referring to, the second leg, the one that we were held down to draw.
We beat them by 1 goal.
Yeah, 1-0.
We weren't held.
The one that we struggled. No?
Yeah.
Even that, you could see that. I mean, there was some that game generated some excitement, made us say, oh well, we are coming back. You see, that kind of a thing. But even in that game, we squandered a lot of chances. In the Germany game, for instance, which is still fresh on our minds, we squandered a lot of chances. I recall like 3 or 4 chances that were not able to convert. So I'm wondering how that philosophy fits into a winning formula for us.
Because that philosophy wasn't implemented anyway, so not in the Black Stars and the Otuado, no.
Right.
Okay.
We'll do sports. Hopefully, we get a new coach and we don't embarrass ourselves at the World Cup.
Can I ask Bill the names coming up?
Oh,
or that's your first story?
Well, a number of names that we've seen. Kwesi Appiah has won. There's Wally Regragui. Reports were coming that the GFA had contacted him.
Swali who?
Walid
Regragui, former Moroccan coach.
Okay.
Yes.
The one who took them to the final of the AFCON.
The AFCON.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he's the one. And Hervé Renard.
For me, he lacks discipline.
Left his job at Saudi Arabia as well.
Thompson Feet.
Okay.
Thompson Feet.
But he did this one. He did club football. Who? Which club was he?
Who?
This one. Renard.
Renard did club football in France, but it's not.
He's known mostly for national teams, African football.
Because he's
a 2-time AFCON winner with Ivory Coast and then Zambia.
Oh, then it's Ivory Coast. I'm trying to associate the face. Then it's Ivory Coast. I'm associating him with. Please, let's bring Kwesi Appiah. Let him come and speak to the boys on the pitch.
Right. Let's do sports now.
Hello, good morning and welcome to sports here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Bill Ishen. The Ghana Football Association President, Kato Kraku, has opened up on the difficult decision to part ways with Black Stars head coach Otuado, describing it as a necessary step taken for the good of the nation. Speaking exclusively to 3 Sports, Okraku admitted the meeting with the outgoing coach was emotionally challenging given the strong working relationship they had built since 2022.
I think that has been a period of 2 phases, I would say. One phase, me watching Ghana play against Germany and putting up a decent performance. And another phase, me having to say bye-bye to a coach I've worked well with for a while. So it's been shall I say that it's been a tough 24 hours, but that's life. Yes, I did. Obviously, once I employed him, I'm also responsible for everything that is connected to his job. So,
how tough was that meeting?
As human as we are, I mean, and having worked since 2022, we've had a good working relationship. But at the end, as leaders as we are, it's always important for us to look at ourselves in our faces and speak about issues that concern us and how we can progress as individuals and as a collective. So first of all, I would say without being proud, with all humility, that I'm a leader who is dynamic. I'm a leader who is honest to issues around me. And I'm a team player. which is most important. And I think that we are leading the team. You may have your strong opinions about the issues, but there are moments that you need to listen to the team for the greater good of our country. And at this moment, we thought it's Ghana first, and we have to go in a different direction.
That was Kurt Okraku, the president of the Ghana Football Association. Meanwhile, the decision to part ways with Otto Addo just 2 months before the Mundial leaves Ghana at a critical crossroads, with many now asking who will take charge of the Black Stars as they prepare for a daunting Group L challenge against England, Croatia and Panama. The following 3 Sports report looks at the possible candidates to lead Ghana to the Mundial.
Just hours after Ghana's narrow 2-1 defeat to Germany, there was a rare moment of shared sentiment among fans in Accra, both Ghanaian and German alike. A feeling that perhaps, just perhaps, there was still a flicker of hope for the Black Stars. But any lingering optimism was short-lived. Within hours, the major announcement followed. Otto Addo had been relieved of his duties less than 3 months to the start of the World Cup. A closer look at the numbers tells a difficult story. Across his second stint, Addo managed 8 wins, 5 draws and 9 defeats in 22 matches, a 36.4% win rate. More concerning, however, was the trend. 4 consecutive defeats in the past 5 months and a poor return in friendly matches. Just 3 wins in 13 games across his 2 spells in charge. While friendlies may not carry competitive weight, defeats to the likes of South Korea, Japan and Germany exposed deeper tactical concerns, particularly Ghana's struggles against technically superior opposition. Off the pitch, communication challenges and uncertainty around the team's playing identity further weakened Addo's standing among supporters. With a position now vacant, attention has quickly shifted to potential successors. One name dominating conversations is former head coach Kwesi Appiah. The experienced tactician led Ghana to the 2014 World Cup and later returned for a second stint, guiding the team to the round of 16 at the 2019 AFCON. Since then, Appiah has rebuilt his reputation, most notably leading Sudan to qualification for the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations, a campaign that included a crucial victory over Ghana. But with the GFA turned to a familiar face for the 3rd time, another strong contender is Desmond Ofei, currently part of the Black Stars technical team. Ofei's stock has risen significantly in recent years, particularly after leading Ghana's under-20 side, the Black Satellites, to gold at the 13th African Games in 2024, a triumph that showcased his ability to develop and manage young talent. Elsewhere, Belgian coach Tom Saintfiet has once again emerged as a candidate. The former Mali coach has openly declared his interest in the job in the past, bringing with him a wealth of experience across African football. But beyond the names and speculation lies a bigger question: direction. With just over 2 months to the World Cup, the Ghana Football Association faces one of its most defining decisions in recent history. Do they opt for experience, familiarity, or a bold new vision? The clock is ticking.
The clock is indeed ticking with just 2 months left to the start of the 2026 World Cup. 3 Sports also hit the streets of Accra to ask some fans on who should replace Otto, and here are some of the reactions.
That Otto Addo says it's supposed to have been a long ago. Looking at his coming, if you look at Otto Addo's performance compared to former coaches of the Black Stars, it is clear that Otto Addo's performance is very abysmal. I mean, if you want to rate him, I'll rate him 35 over 100 because the only time he done well was to be able to qualify the team in the World Cup, the 2 World Cups. I mean, but the qualification was due to the high performance and the determination of the players. If you look at the current crop of players that the Black Stars has paraded, we have very solid players. But I think Otto Addo has problem in his one selection, in his tactics. I mean, in his formation. That is what is beating him. I think that he been hesitant at this time. For me, it's right time. I mean, like I say, it's supposed to be a long time, but it's right time. We have about 2 months to at least to enter the World Cup month, which is June, before subsequently we go to the World Cup. I think a good coach should be appointed. Recently, the FA appointed as many as about 3 additional coaches, including the current Black Queens coach. And I think that that beef up is a right step going to the World Cup. I don't know who is coming, but I believe that this time around is going to be a right person because all the Ghanaians have been tried and tested.
Those were some of the reactions from fans after the sacking of Otto. Let's talk about the World Cup qualifiers because DR Congo, the national football team, have secured qualification to the World Cup, bringing an end to a remarkable 52-year absence from the football's biggest stage. Their last appearance coming in 1974 when they competed as Zaire national football team. The long-awaited return marks one of the most significant comebacks in World Cup history, highlighting the nation's resurgence on the international scene after decades away from the tournament. And also, still on the World Cup qualification, Italy missed out on a third consecutive World Cup after losing their playoff on penalties to Bosnia and Herzegovina. Having failed to reach Russia 2018 and Qatar 2022, Italy are the first former winners to miss out on 3 consecutive World Cups. And so that is a very shocking one for them. And also Sweden managed to clinch their place in the World Cup after defeating Poland by 3-2, with Victor Gyökeres scoring a lead goal to send Sweden to the World Cup. Now, in some other stories, the 3rd edition of the Democracy Cup was officially launched on Tuesday, 31st March 2026. The ceremony was led by the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Alban Bagbin, at the Justice D.F. Annan Auditorium within the Parliament House in Accra. The primary headline match for the 3rd edition of the Democracy Cup will feature a clash between Ghana's 2 biggest rivals, Asante Kotoko and Accra Hearts of Oak, with the winner set to face Sunderland in England. During the launch, the Speaker of Parliament questioned Otuado's tactical decisions against Germany and asked that the Black Stars are unrecognizable at the moment.
You also, or you are seeing what is happening to our national team. This cannot be Ghana. Dankwe, I lie. I don't lie before. This cannot be Ghana. I was actually surprised when I heard that the coach was asked. Yes, there are some mistakes he made. Being myself a football coach, I mean, you can't explain why left 1 minute you are making substitution. When you've been a goal down for quite a long time, and when it was visible that the center was not holding.
That was the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Alban Bagbin. Now to some NBA news, the Los Angeles Lakers defeated the Cleveland Cavaliers 127-113 on Tuesday night at the Crypto.com Arena. Luka Doncic's dominance, returning from a 1-game suspension, he led the Lakers with 42 points, 12 assists, and 5 rebounds. LeBron James also set the NBA all-time record for total career wins with his 1,229th victory, surpassing Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Austin Reeves also scored 19 points, while DeAndre Ayton added 18 points and 9 rebounds. And so that's it for the sports segment here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Bill Ishen. We'll see you at the same time tomorrow. More updates from the world of sports. Until then, have a great morning.
tunes in sync with a soothing voice. 3 Lounge with AJ.
Are you tired of the same old routine? Need a break from the stress and chaos of everyday life? Well, step into the 3 Lounge, your world of absolute relaxation and great music with yours truly, AJ Akwako Sapon. Welcome to the best mid-morning show in the capital and beyond. This is 3 Lounge with yours truly, your radio princess, AJ Akwako Sapon.
Love it. I love it. It's great.
Kickstart your week with Monday motivation. Shake off the Tuesday blues and get ready for midweek mania. Take a trip down memory lane on Throwback Thursday and wrap up the week with Funky Friday with myself and Helen Appiah Ampufo. Plus, enjoy exciting celebrity interviews, insightful conversation, engaging discussions on topics that matter, and there's a boatload of fun and easy activations that reward and appreciate you, our loyal listener.
If you are listening, we're manifesting money into your pocket this morning.
Amen. Don't miss out on the excitement. Tune in to 3 Lounge every weekday morning from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. with AJ Akwako Sapon, only on 3FM 92.7.
It's my number one.
92.7 3FM, your urban lifestyle radio.
Greetings in the name of His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I, Rastafari.
It has always been a journey of Pan-Africanism and consciousness. It is your regular taxi driver with the urban blend and 3FM 92.7 in living stereo every day, Monday to Friday, from 12:30 p.m. till 3 p.m. This is the show everybody listens to, so your business will certainly do well here. My name, Black Rasta. I am the rootical, hairtical, Dungargan, Mawuena.
Rhythm, come forward. Atinga ya chika fankare, Azure ya chika fankare, Abama ta chika fankare.
3FM, your urban lifestyle radio.
Celebrate Easter with us at Peduasi Valley Resort. Kick off your Easter weekend with our Sixtus Good Friday lunch buffet featuring live DJ mixes. In the evening, join us for a delicious barbecue dinner buffet accompanied by live band music. Enjoy our special lunch buffet with live DJ soul music on Easter Saturday and a live band on Easter Sunday and Monday. Our dinner buffet for these days will be accompanied by smooth saxophone music. Join us on Easter Monday for the biggest pool party. Enjoy live mixes from 3FM's DJ Abiam while you take advantage of discounts on selected menu items. The kids will not be left out. They will enjoy face painting, cotton candy, popcorn, ice cream, and the bouncy castle. Make this Easter a complete getaway with our special room packages and relaxing spa offers available throughout this Easter weekend. For reservations, please call 0540-125-555 or 0540-125-554. Peduasi Valley Resort. Live life.
Accra, it's time! Celebrate Easter with Kitia and enjoy 25% off store-wide and up to 50% off selected items from April 1. Visit Kitia at Sprintex Road or follow at Kitia Ghana on Instagram.
The best in the morning is on 92.7 Sunrise on 3FM.
Sunrise on 3FM. Sunrise on 3FM. The best in the morning. Sunrise on 3FM. The best in the morning. The best in the morning is on 92.7. Sunrise on 3FM. The best in the morning is on 92.7. Sunrise on 3FM. The best in the morning is on 92.7. Sunrise on 3FM. The best in the morning is on 92.7. Sunrise on 3FM. My logo, yeah, that. Oh. My logo, yeah, that. R2P. My logo, yeah, do. I'm a Zabaka Mugi.
time for us to get into the big conversations for you, and we've started talking behind the scenes even before we come on air. But we know top on the agenda, fuel prices, utilities are going down, electricity by some 4% as well. We're talking that as well. Then the ongoing Public Accounts Committee on the special audits. The President has signed 5 new bills into law. Question being asked as to what changes, but obviously I'll pick thoughts as well from my gentleman on the Black Stars. Conversations right now.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
Prince Derek J is a member of the NDC's communications team. As always, on a Wednesday, you'll find him with us in the studio, one that we cherish. Same for Mark Ewusi Akwo, is a convener of Ghana Watch, Election Watch. And you didn't let them make... they even had a hotel to the thing.
Ghana than
Election Watch Ghana. So I'm reading that thing and I'm wondering.
I think it was because of the incidents that happened last 3 days. That is what made them, typed hotel. I don't know.
You own a hotel now?
I don't own a hotel.
But today you guys are repping the Fugu, even though the days I repped it, you didn't rep it with me, and today that I'm not repping it, you are repping it in Fugu. Right. Prince Erekeje has honored his promise.
Oh yes.
To come here in.
I think he did same last week.
No, I did not.
Last week.
Last week he was in Black.
We just finished the Ghana month, and so I'm taking us into a new gear. In fact, this Fugu I'm wearing and the others in the car were brought straight from Tamale.
Absolutely.
By the Lama Shehuna, who was part of a delegation from the Yana. The Yana sent a delegation 2 days ago to visit the Minister of Education, Haruna Idrisu, following his accident. So the Yana sent a delegation, and PDA was honored.
You want to get up and show
let me just do that.
So the dance with the Fugu is on in the studio this morning for you. Prince Erekeje honoring the promise of being in the Fugu. So same for Ebu Bakman is not in Fugu. I don't think I've seen him in Fugu.
Those not in Fugu must exit.
Okay, last week Ebu was in Fugu. Ebu was in Fugu. He's a deputy communications officer of the United Party, and we're joined as well by Andy Ekufu, who is a member of the NPP communications team. Ebu, I'll rectify so that I'll pick. But Prince, just perhaps I'll start off with you on the Black Stars, right? Because we're talking this supporters and all of that. You have a bit of experience in terms of having led a team, not government team. How is it like leading a team to the World Cup and all of that?
That's a big post, though. When I say I lead a team like I'm the
chargé d'affaires of some sort.
Anyway. Well, in 2010, as Deputy CEO for the National Youth Authority, I had the pleasant duty of being called upon to assist, the Ghana delegation. When I said Ghana delegation, it means even our supporters and, whatever, to South Africa 2010. And you recall that there were some hitches in the initial stages of that. Ghanaians were clamoring to go and watch the World Cup.
It was the first time on the African continent
exactly.
as
well. And people were not getting opportunity. In fact, some people got the first opportunity through Kojo Bonsu's outfit, and they went earlier. then there was a call that Charlie, more people want to go. I remember the deputy minister at the time even advised those who didn't get opportunity to go and find some hotels and stay and then watch the match there. When it's done, at least they to the win some. You remember that incident? Anyway, so enters Consul Alfred Agbeshi Boyome. He chartered a flight to South Africa and offered to host, the Ghanaian supporters who would go and cheer the players.
Right.
The National Youth Authority worked under the Ministry of Youth and Sports at the time. So I remember there was one director from the ministry, and then his secretary, and then I was drafted from the National Youth Authority to join the team to ensure the safety and comfort of the supporters that went. So we boarded a charter flight from Ghana to Joburg, and it was an experience of a lifetime. It was spot on because one, Mr. Williams' arrangement included Cuban doctors who were supposed to ensure that everyone who was there was well taken care of in terms of health, and also chefs from Ghana, led by Mrs. The former health minister, Kwashiga, yes, the one who is late. She is also now late. She became the chair for the school feeding program.
Yeah, the school feeding coordinator.
Yeah, she was in charge of like the food for the team. My goodness.
It was an experience.
Fufu was there, massive. Banku, fetri, just name it. Every Ghanaian diet was there and in abundance. Everybody was fed and perhaps even overfed. And it was a nice, venue also in terms of the university campus that the
team was lodged in.
And tickets were overflowing, buses were always ready, and the interaction in town was also good. In fact, as the matches progressed and Ghana, went, on and performed, the South Africans warmed up to Ghana, and everywhere you pass and they see you are from Ghana, my goodness, even if you want to buy something,
you were getting it for free.
Free. People pay for you, they opt to pay for you. I mean, the love was there. In fact, you see white South Africans, whites from all over the world painting their faces in the Ghana colors. I mean, the euphoria, my goodness, you can feel something was about to happen. As in Ghana was about to lift the cup. And I remember that fateful day.
Let's not go. That part of the story I never want to hear. And I never want to hear because it reminds me of.
My goodness.
I don't want to. Good morning to you and good morning as well to Andy Kufu. Just few words.
The Ghana Black Star.
Yeah.
I mean the World Cup. Or the coach.
Where
leave the coach alone.
No, he's gone. Yeah. You see, there's the truth be told. This squad, I don't have
vim in him.
There's no vim in the squad. I'm telling you. And apart from the fact that the quality, individual quality, is not. We're talking about World Cup. The World Cup, the kind of players that go to the World Cup, I don't think we have individual skills. Even the teamwork. If you watch our players play, you see that we don't gel as a team. There's no connection. It's like get the ball, do what you can do as an individual,
and then we'll see where we go.
And you lose it. And I don't know whether we still have this inferiority complex. When we were playing with the Germans, I noticed something. These guys were some tiny people. By any time we had
a boy is looking at stature and says the Germans are tiny, and yet
anytime there were duels 1-on-1, you could see our players losing out easily to these tiny guys.
The strength is not in there.
It's like before the game we have
psychologically
conscientized ourselves that we are inferior to them or something like that, to the extent that we lost 2-1 and we were happy that we lost 2-1. so that should tell you something. I think we need to take our time to build a proper. You see, look at what Moroccans and others have done. You take our time, and if you are interested, if you want to go to the World Cup and you want to make something out of it, out of football, make sure that you prepare very well.
Right.
Let's the Asian and Muntari, that squad, we can recreate that squad. There are good players out there, local players, but we always focus on the foreign players, and sometimes they come in.
We will have a conversation about the locals. Andy, good morning to you. I trust that you're well.
Very well.
Quick thoughts. I'm just doing quick Black Stars. quick Black Stars.
Let's just hope for the best. With me, I think that we should relook at how we want to even see the Black Stars in a certain perception. Personally, I think that we've not prepared enough for this. But we are hoping that by the time we kick off, whatever conversations that we need to have, whatever assurances that we need to give our players, and then whatever that we need to have with the government should be done. I'm sure by the end of the day, we will be able to do. I mean, I would always see that. I don't speak much on Black Stars, but let's refer what Sam George said. I'll say the Black Stars performance is as a result of the government. And see, maybe what he said then it could now be possible.
This tangent.
I think it's an opportunity for the Black Stars to cheer Ghanaians, not just Ghanaians in Ghana, but Ghanaians across the world. But Ebo made a very emphatic statement that he feels when our boys met the Germans, they were slim guys, but it's as if there was this inferiority complex in them. And this draws my attention to the fact that there is a need for that reparation that President Mahama is calling for. Oh yes, because you see, reparations for Black Stars. No, the slave trade have caused us a lot of harm that we think.
That I agree. That I agree. It is out of that. Psychologically and all of that.
So psychologically, it has eaten into our boys. And you see, most of these boys who are playing were local boys. Yeah. Few of them were foreign guys. And you see, because of that kind of slavery that went on, it has created that impression, and it has brought also about this.
Some of our
many of our guys,
the confess not there.
I think it's a matter of,
and it's not just the football.
The current
it runs in all facets of our lives as Africans.
I think it's a current crop because 2014 we faced Germany. And it was adjudged the best game at the 2014 World Cup. It was a 2-2 draw. In 2010, even we faced Germany and we lost by 1-0. But it was adjudged one of the very good games. So if you at the tournament, I just believe it's a current set of team.
I think it's one other thing. Why is it, for example, athletics? Why is it that if you're a black man, you happen to be in America, you can be the fastest man in the world? Mm-hmm. But if you find yourself in Africa, it is difficult to even qualify. The same black person.
No, that one is.
It's about facilities
apart from facilities, the mentality, even the mentality, the culture, the kind of culture we have, the mentality, the African like that playing second fiddle to the white man and the Europeans and Americans, whether even they are black or they are white, we feel inferior to them. That is a problem.
So we are looking up to the Black Stars to up the game,
to do something for us,
exactly, so that it brings the kind of community building and the unity that the politics of today have divided us into. We need to come together.
Right. Well,
remember the Bochum disaster?
Yeah, the beat us 6-1.
We went and played Askimata and scored first.
We're doing some 23 to the top of the hour. Let's get into our first conversation. We're seeing fuel prices go up today. 13 cedis. I think the News Center reports that petrol is going for 15 cedis, 19 pesos, and diesel 17 cedis, 85 pesos. I'm not sure it's reflective on all of them, but we're seeing prices around 13, 14 thereabout for petrol, and then 17 for diesel. At the same time, electricity is being reduced by some 4%. Those who said, look, that's not enough based on the trajectory that we've seen. Let me start off with Ebo on utilities and fuel prices, which are going up today. Is there any justification now for transport owners not to increase transport fares? It looks like it will come biting hard on us, and difficulties within the Ghanaian economy may be a conversation yet again with the trajectory of fuel prices?
I think the first question you need to ask is whether there's justification for the increment.
Oh, I think that there can be justification because the prices, as at the time when the prices were the transport fares were up, was within these regions. It came down to, was it around 14 was when they reduced transport fares. If it's back to 17.
Yeah. So the point I want to make is that there could be justification for the increment. I mean, I'm talking about the price of the fuel at the pump. Whether we have justification, of course. If you look at what is happening at the global level, the global market price. Let me make this point that at the moment, Ghana is saddled with about 4 external factors. 4 external factors impinging on our economy. And let me say, because the Russia-Ukraine war is still ongoing, cocoa price has dropped drastically, gold price is dropping, and now we have Iran and how do you call it? America. So the economy is exposed to serious external factors working against the economy. So you can see that we find ourselves in a very tight corner as a nation. That is why prudent management becomes very imperative. In an attempt to solve one problem, if you don't take care, you create another problem because of the volatility we have in the system. So the point is that, yes, I think that given the fact that the global market price of crude oil has shot up, there's a need for us to do some adjustment domestically. And so the price that the new prices, I think they are justifiable. And for me, I normally want to look beyond what is currently happening because my point is that we don't control external factors. We didn't cause the war. Geopolitics, we play. We have no role to play at all when it comes to geopolitics. So when things happen and they are going to have effect on our economy, the question is how do we prepare ourselves? I want to look beyond the prices, how much these drivers are going to charge and all that. Of course, certainly drivers will also want to adjust their fares so that they can also stay in business, which means it's going to affect cost of living and other things, even though utility prices have also gone down. But if you look at the impact of the two, fuel prices tend to cover a larger, tend to have a larger effect in terms of scope than utilities and all that. But I believe that as a nation, we need to be very careful. I've heard people call that, we should mitigate this, we should, if you like, ease the burden of the consumers. You have to take off certain taxes. I've told you, if you look at what is happening on the international market, there's a need for us to tread cautiously if you want to be relevant in terms of the way our economy is going to perform. Now, so the reason why I said I want to look beyond what is currently happening is that today it is crude oil. What about tomorrow? It is food. Because I lived in 1983. Anyone who lived in 1983, who was there in 1983, who encountered or who experienced the kind of situation Ghana went through at that time, always be careful when it comes to the issue of food. And I'm saying that today is crude oil. What about tomorrow if it is food? What are we going to do? Are you getting it? So having buffers, having reserves should be the way forward as a nation. We should consciously have reserves. Fiscal reserves, very important. Fiscal reserves are very important because, you see, let's behave like the ant. What does the ant do? The ant stores food
for the rainy day.
Let's begin to have stabilization funds, cocoa sector, gold, energy. Let's begin to have stabilization funds across fiscal reserves. Let's begin to think of having serious fuel reserves. Why? Because we don't control what happens on the market.
Right.
Let's have food reserves because we don't know the day that the rains will not come. We don't control the rain. We've not done enough even with our, irrigation systems in Ghana. Our dams are dried. Our water bodies are drying up because of climate change. Recently, I heard the finance minister say that I think they presented a bill or something to Parliament that they're going to increase our forest reserves to about 8 months or something like that. That is positive, but that's forest reserve. What about food reserve? What about fiscal reserve? I call them the 4 Fs reserves. We need to have them. For me, that should be the kind of conversation we should have, not the political football as to how much was it sold at your time or in your time, and how much is it being sold in your time. The most important thing is that let's prepare ourselves as a nation and consciously and intentionally build buffers. Shocks will come. External shocks, they are part of economic management. So how prepared are you will determine whether when they come, the effect is going to be dire or is going to be manageable. And I'm saying that you should be grateful that we've been able to manage our forex very well. I mean, foreign exchange, our cedi has gained some strength, and in terms of cedi-dollar relationship, it is even down a bit. Can you imagine the effect this would have had on us if the cedi were to be trading around $1 is equal to 15 cedis or 14 cedis? So, but that notwithstanding, I think we need to do more. Let's go beyond the politics. And as a nation, collectively, let's see how we can build reserves to absorb shocks when they do, okay?
Right, Ebu, thank you. 7 minutes. Let me come to Prince. You're saying that had the cedi not performed creditably, Ghanaians would have been paying far more than they are expected to pay now. Your colleagues on the other side will say that's just politics.
I was actually watching the body language of the MPP panelist when the UP was in flight. I know many, and I've heard a lot of them, wish Ghana doom so they can have the opportunity to come back to power after the humiliating defeat in 2024. In fact, many of them, including their leaders, Bawumia inclusive, and those who've sent on various platforms, including, I'm sure, he's been sent by Bawumia, who's their leader. Now, everything they speak now is Bawumia's thoughts, and that is amply testified by the micro-minority leader when during the church service for the Alhaji Bawumia.
You always make specific reference to the comments he made during that service.
We don't need to forget. He said before they were on the frolic of their own, trying to manage however they could, throwing spokes into the wheels of government and causing chaos. Now that they have a leader in Bawumia, everything they do will be with his leadership. And so I hold them to it, that it is Bawumia's vision, Bawumia's thoughts, and Bawumia's pronouncements that will be espoused by the representative of Dr. Bawumia in the studio. In fact, belatedly, they've joined various panels now, so they are speaking for Bawumia, not the NPP. Now, even when school buildings collapse, they are wishing for more deaths, and that is not the way to go. They are looking for ways to escape, the conversations around the mess that they left. But you see, in this Russia-Ukraine debate that they had sometime, which hasn't left, and thankfully, at least the picture has been painted, we will not want to attribute this to the Russia-Ukraine. I personally, even though we all do know, and they would admit that the Israel-Iran-US war, and I was surprised that you guys were trying to lower it from war to conflict. I was listening to you and Sixtus.
And then it's been a war nonetheless, conflict.
But don't call it a conflict, it's a war. It's a full-blown war. I mean, which conflict do you have as many Scud missiles being ballistic? Seriously? I mean, the number of drones that have been flown over the past 2 weeks is much more than perhaps has been flown in Ukraine into Russia, Russia into Ukraine. But be that as it may, that is not the issue. The issue is that What does the Middle East represent beyond oil and tourism? Nothing. The Straits of Hormuz, what does it represent? Is it in the theater of the war? These are the things that should attract our attention. And so for anyone to want to think that, oh, this is another equalization, this is another Russia-Ukraine far-fetched, story being promulgated under the NDC, I think that Ghanaians can see. In fact, even America is running away from the war. This morning, Trump is saying that he's given a maximum 2 to 3 weeks and he will end the war, whether there's victory or no victory. Can you imagine? Whether there's victory or no victory. Now, it's not about whether there's a deal or no deal. He's going to end it. Because it's biting at America itself in terms of the economy, in terms of fuel in America. In fact, it is hitting them. Their midterm elections are coming, and he knows the fallouts. Russia is the biggest winner. In fact, next to that is China. Because now Russian oil, which had been embargoed by the EU, they've lifted the thing and want to buy from them. That tells you that, this whole petrol situation that you want us to discuss today, and petrol is a derivative of oil production. So we may produce some oil. Thankfully, now we are refining some oil, unlike before. We are refining some oil, but it will not be enough for our consumption. I do know that the president is also extending, oil and oil, gas, and other refinery options into Nigeria within the sub-regional arrangement and hopefully into the continental framework. So we can have going forward, not necessarily because of the war, but this is a president that's thinking beyond or even before the war came and beyond the war. He's even indicated what the government would do in terms of cushioning. One of the things is even to look at the one city that had been put on. At some point, if it needs to be, as it were, suspended, so that Ghanaians will feel, a little bit more cushioning. This president and the government have been doing everything that is necessary to make Ghanaians a lot better than they met them. The city was the first, that's the economy. If the economy was not in the place it is, and I think Ebu has said exactly what needs to be said. I'm hoping to see what the economist, Baumia, has told his people to come and tell us about the economy that he failed. In fact, he did not fail to manage. He mismanaged. He and the flight risk, the stowaway, what's his name?
Ken
Ofuriatta. They mismanaged it with Addison, who is just busily looting lands and cantonments. They mismanaged the economy.
I don't have that on record.
No, Addison and his deputies, they and for the Galamsey, they've taken over the cantonment civil aviation.
I don't have that on record.
Oh, you are a journalist. In fact, I want Addison to sue me this morning. Addison, Ken Ofuriatta is next to him. Baumia is also having some facility there. Akufo-Addo is having. It is a fact. Take your cameras there. You see that.
Right.
So you see, these people mismanaged the economy, built their own watches at the detriment of Ghanaians. In fact, and I'm happy the president said something, and Arise Ghana was at the CSO conference and interaction with the president and requested that we do a 24-hour, court system that would outsource even the prosecutions. And I'm happy the president is, made statements in that direction that even private sector people will be listening.
Under 30 seconds.
Sorry?
Under 30 seconds.
Yeah, these will help us have the revenue to be able to perhaps even make fuel free. If we are able to arrest Ken Ofuriatta alone and shake him, we get Baobia and his family and the loot they have gotten, Akufo-Addo, his family, and we shake them and get the money. Fuel will be free in Ghana. But you see, they have looted and they are happy and they are working free and they are coming to even talk to us and talk down at us.
Right.
I can say, and I'm winding up, I can say that this president will go beyond the storm. Absolutely. I hope that the world is able to go beyond the distraction. Because look, an oil tanker is bombed. That means the oil is gone.
Right.
Now, the oil tanks that are being bombed, etc., the effects beyond fuel shortage, the global warming, etc., those for me are even more grave. And I'm happy that at least now Ghana is moving towards the EV situation and green, energy and all that.
Right.
So by and large, we'll get better. But tomorrow is still pregnant with a lot that this war will leave us as a legacy.
40 more seconds is what you've done. Let me come to Andy.
Oh, really?
Everybody's getting seven minutes to start off the morning. You are being accused of equalization in a matter where, according to experts which we've been listening to, this crisis, the scale of energy crisis that we're experiencing the world over, the Russia-Ukraine war and another of such events in the 1900s put together will not match the scale of what it is that we're seeing. Why is the NPP jubilant and asking questions as to whether or not world events take a toll on Ghana?
Well, so I think this even happened too fast. In fact, what we are seeing now is just like a repackaging of hardship. You increase fuel prices. At the end of the day, you take doomsday levy on our fuels that we buy. You've increased the prices. Now, take a look at see, if you increase fuel prices today, let's look at the effect on Ghanaians. If I'm going to pick a public transport now, I'm going to pay more because fuel has increased. Even if I am a farmer and I'm going to the farm, of course, if I am getting a vehicle to come and transport my products to the market,
it comes as an increased cost.
Right. So if you look at what they are doing now is like fetching a cup of water just to quench a fire and telling me that you've done quenching the fire. It is not possible. What we are facing now, sometimes it shocks me when you hear them saying that we don't want to make this look like as one of the things that happened under the MPP when the Russia-Ukraine. Now you are saying that global prices, we shouldn't allow global prices affect us because you think that, our time we were a bit discussing the prices here and there. But the truth is, now we are being affected by the global prices. And even with this, we are not taking levy. This government is taking the 1 cedi per litre on the fuel we buy. Then again, when you come back to the global prices, I was thinking that with the way they are saying that they've been able to stabilize the economy, it will be very easy for us to say that, let's maintain the fuel prices so that, we'll ease the burden.
As in the government should subsidize fuel, but we're in a deregulated market. The government doesn't the government doesn't have a hand in terms of the determination of fuel prices.
We've been here.
I agree with you. He's right. No, he's right.
In what sense?
During the MPP, they were collecting 17 cedis per litre. And they were bagging a whole lot of money. So he knows what he's talking about.
No, but the point is, we are not even taking a levy on the fuel that we buy, but the NDC is taking a levy. That is one. Now, when you're able to put in good measures as a government, you should be able to find ways and means to maintain the fuel prices for us, because truth is, when you increase fuel prices, it affects a lot of things. Utility has been reduced by 4%, electricity, water by I think 3 or so. It hasn't even tallied, because the truth is, when you increase fuel, every other sector is being affected.
But I hear you when you say fuel prices are going up. Is it your utmost belief that these increases are at the behest of the current administration?
Of course, yes. If they were able to tell us that, if they were able to tell us during our time that Omoto bomb fuel Russia-Ukraine have been better Ghana, and so if fuel prices increase during our time, why should we see that as a global market price? And today you want us to believe that because the market has been affected globally, it's okay to increase fuel prices. It doesn't work like that. Truth is,
would it be a fair assertion, right, to say then that at your time when the NPP was in power, based on what they were saying, you were also increasing transport fares?
No, you see, at a point, we had negotiations with GPRT. We wanted to put in measures for them to understand that, yes, even though the world markets, the prices are increasing, at least from our end, let's try and then help ourselves so that we don't burden the ordinary Ghanaian so much. But with them, they don't even do the engagement. They will increase the prices. They will add another levy that we are supposed to pay. And then they will sing the song that Ghana is doing well, Mahama is the hope, whatever, because they think that the country is doing well. But the ordinary Ghanaian is suffering. Wherever you go, even if I am a farmer, if I am a cocoa farmer, look at what has been done. So if I am a cocoa farmer, 1, my money has been reduced. 2, fuel prices are up. Even if I'm getting a vehicle to transport my cocoa to the market, there's a problem. No, the truth is, you see, the increasing in fuel has affected a lot of sectors. And then the moment you tax an engine of the economy, automatically you are breaking the vehicle. And then fuel is like a pillar of the economy.
You knew
so
that
once
before
you
charging 17, eh?
No, but the point is, when we're leaving office, it was 14.
Oh, please.
When we're leaving office.
How long was it 17?
When we're leaving office. You see, so that is proper management. When we're leaving office, at a point, it rose to a certain level. But when we're leaving office, it was 14.
You mean
you came into
elections?
power. It's just you came into power 1 year and then few months, and now look at where fuel is.
Why we sent
14.
Trump to bomb, right?
But by the time did we send Russia and Ukraine to bomb Ghana? And when they were, but you see, no. But the point is, when we're in power, you told us that when they are throwing the missiles, it doesn't affect Ghana. So you should let us understand that. Look, I always say that, you see, whatever you do tomorrow, it will come back to you today. When they
it's more like the narrative from the NDC during opposition, you believe has caught up with them.
Oh yes,
and so
too early.
And so yes, you know the fact that there are ramifications from the ongoing war, but because of their comments from opposition days, it is a case that you don't care and they should find a way to resolve it.
What we want them to understand is that, not necessarily, but what we want them to understand is proper leadership would be able to solve this.
How?
Right. So they can find ways and means, just like they say, the same way they are saying that, they've been able to stabilize the dollar. They can find ways and means to make the fuel prices stable for every Ghanaians to benefit. Because they said they did magic with the dollar situation. So they should do a magic for us to enjoy the fuel. But they told us the same thing. The dollar about from what the dollar about 10 cedis. That is okay. We've seen the dollar about 10 cedis. So fuel prices, don't increase fuel prices. So that we know that is effective leadership. But today it's around 14.
Who increased?
Your government.
Your
government. But when we're in power, what were you saying? What were you telling us? That the government is insensitive. Look at the hardship in the economy, and we are increasing fuel prices. It is not true. The point is, when we're living.
No, what are you really saying? I mean, what I want you to understand, you are saying the government has increased. In another breath, you are denying that your government increased. I don't get
what I'm saying is that when we're leaving office, it was 14.
No, don't talk about 14. It was 17 for the most part.
No, when we're leaving office, it was 14.
You took somewhere last month, it was 9 cedis.
But so even within a month, if it was 9 cities within a month, it's 14. We don't know what's going to happen in the next 3 weeks.
So it means
it
can go back
no,
to the 9.
And now that you are even saying that we don't know the outcome of the war and what now, we should go and look at reserves and what. So it means that in the next 3 or 4 weeks, we'll be buying fuel of probably 20 cities.
Right.
That's what you're wishing for.
Right.
That is what with the current management that we are seeing. That's what is. That's what
it's
going to be
certainly
the case
better than
today.
Baumia any day. That's what Ghanaians are saying.
That's not about Baumia. That's about your government.
No, Baumia is in the studio today.
You see, they still think that Baumia is still the vice president. That's what
he's not the vice president.
You are in power now.
He's just in the studio talking.
You are in power now, so you should fix it.
Right.
We are going to fix it.
Let me go to Mark on the fuel politics, because most certainly for both political parties, it's an opportunity to take digs and remind each other that it was worse at your time and the global shocks have come through and all of that. Where do you stand in terms of all of this debate? Because in the end, the ordinary Ghanaian is one who will have to bear the brunt of external shocks. Could we have built buffers to ensure that we have enough storage in terms of, some countries have 400,000 barrels of oil and all of that, which they can readily release onto the global market as and when, and all of that.
But a very good morning to you and to our listeners. I think I'll take it from where Ebo Bachman ended. I have always said that fuel politics is not something we should be entertaining, because at the current look of the situation, the violent conflict. So war is also violence, but it depends on the nature of the conflict. So when it is war, we call it violent conflict. I'm sure that is what Egbeta was trying to say. Just I didn't add the violence. So it is violent conflict. All right. So for me, I have said that it is not good for us to be engaging in such politics. I think we should be looking out for solutions in coming days and coming months and coming years, so that whatever shock that will come to us will be able to absorb it. As rightly said here, government does not have control over the world price.
But it's only this time around that we get to know that government has no control. When we're in power, we didn't see that.
Okay, so let me. Government does not have control over that. If you look at the amount of money that will be pumped into building a ship, the amount of money used in buying the crude or the finished product is very huge, and no shipping company would risk using the Strait of Hormuz to get his ship bombed with over millions of dollars used in paying insurance. No serious business person will do that. But when it comes to your jurisdiction, when it comes to your country, the proper management of your country and your economy would then determine how much a liter of fuel should cost. Now, in the past, I don't want to play the politics, but if our dollar or the cedi was at the range of the $1 to the 17 or the 18 cedis, I asked that how much would we buy a liter of petrol or diesel? Thankfully, this management of the economy have given the dollar a good raise, where the dollar is currently trading around 10 point something. And so you could tell directly that if you do the computation, you realize that comparing to the previous times, this time looks quite better. But is that the end? I think that we should go more. When this administration assumed office, because of the management they put in place, it helped us reduce the dollar. And that affected the price of crude or petrol or diesel that comes in. As a result of that, our liter or pump price went down. I think government thought that, why don't we begin making some contribution, just as Abu said, to help, mitigate any other challenge that will come within the energy or petroleum downstream sector. And it is for that reason that one cedi was introduced. I myself supported that idea, that yes, we need it. Because it was sold at around 14, 15 thereabout. And if it came down to about 9 cedis, it was nothing wrong that government calls Ghanaians and said, look, let's pay one cedi for, to cushion ourselves in case there is an emergency. But the way we are going about it is as if the 1 cedi in a sense was bad and that it was uncalled for. Meanwhile, we were here in this country when an e-levy was introduced. They cut a cake and all of that. We did demonstrations and all that, yet nothing happened. Even after the war, or after the COVID-19 had come down, that the United Nations and the World Organizations have said that we are now free from COVID, we were still charging COVID-19 levy. It took this administration to take off that levy.
But you were here and then they said they are still having the Russia-Ukraine war and it's affecting the economy in a way. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm making a point. I'm saying
no, but the point is
I have the floor. Let me finish. So what I'm saying is that in the midst of the Russia-Ukraine war, the effect, of course, was directly tilted towards Ghana, right, whether we like it or not, because it affected our prices of goods and all that, including fertilizers. All right. This current violent conflict has a serious impact than that of the Ukraine and Russia war, because if we all agree that if petroleum products are increased or the prices goes up, it affects every sector of the economy, then this current war is most about petrol and diesel. It's about crude. And so I see this war to be more dangerous than that of the Russia-Ukraine. But you see, in the case of Russia-Ukraine, just as I said, it's about the management of the economy. At the time, what was the then government doing? Borrowing excessively, wasting money here and there. And how do you expect the economy to run? we'll definitely run into a ditch. But in this instance, we are fortunate that even in the midst of global rise in petroleum products, our prices are, let me say, stable.
Stable.
Oh yes, it is stable. In the past, it rises like it has no head. Compare inflation then and then now, you see clear difference. And so for me, I'm saying that how do we build reserves as other countries are doing? The executive secretary for SEMSI, Center for Environmental and Management Sustainable Energy, Benjamin Isian, asked the president when they met the CSOs that, Mr. President, how difficult would it be to begin refining our own crude oil right here in Ghana, since Tema Oil Refinery is now back on stream? I heard also the CEO for NPA, Edwin Tamakulu, saying some time ago that it is important we invest about $200 million into the Tema Oil Refinery. How do we consolidate our energy sector, our upstream and downstream sector, to be able to get affordable fuel for the citizens?
Right.
That is what we should be looking at. But if we want to sit on the fence and look at a government field so that we use that as a bait or an opportunity to campaign, I don't think that is what the Ghanaian people are looking out for.
Right.
We can choose other strategic means to do our campaign, but when it comes to petroleum prices, it is the bedrock and the heart of, and then the engine of the Ghanaian economy. Right. So please, let's be very careful how we deal with these issues.
Thank you. I want to just return to Andy, then I'll come to Prince again. Andy, that's the assertion that this is obvious politicking on your part, and it's not going to serve the Ghanaian interest. If any, proper solutions that we can look at. Some have said building strategic reserve. Let's store oil in large quantities such that when prices rise to the levels that we've seen, were shielded. An argument as to our time, you said it was this, and your time it is this, and so let's do that, doesn't move the conversation forward. How do you respond, just in 2 minutes?
So I think that, yes, we need the reserves. But the truth is, when this government came into power, like he was saying, you still knew the existence of the Russia-Ukraine war. So when you know about a situation and you come into power, what do? Now you need to find solutions towards it. So, I mean, if we had started looking at building reserves from 2025 January, I'm sure by now we would have been somewhere by now. And at this point,
strategic oil stocks.
Right. And at this point, we'll be able to at least stabilize the fuel. But because we didn't plan in the year 2025 when this government came into power, that is where we find ourselves today. Now, the problem is that, you see, you wait till there's a problem. That is when you start looking for a solution towards it. But effective leadership, you don't wait till problems start coming before you look at what you are going to do for the future. But the moment you take over, I mean, I always say that, look, Ghanaians voted us out of power because at a point they felt that things were not right. Corruption. We are home. Corruption. We are home. Now you are in government, and you still think that what was not right yesterday, you cannot talk about it because you are out of government. The truth is, we are not talking about it, but Ghanaians are watching. Because there are things that you said yesterday, and it's coming back to you, and you've not said anything better to improve it. So if we are looking at the way forward, yes, it's good to build storages. But when you came to power in 2025, what have you done? Because you, per your assertion, you are saying that we still have the Russia-Ukraine pending. So if you knew all of this, a time like this was going to come. So you should have started preparing towards this. And by now, would have seen a stabilized fuel, not the increasing that we are seeing. And then with everything they've said so far in the studio, you could tell that some weeks to come, it will even go up.
Speculation.
But that has been it.
Prince, 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
First,
in terms of
Bamia in the studio says that the NDC or John Mahama on day 1, January 7th, upon assumption of office, should have built stocks even before he appointed a minister or had people in charge of the agencies. My question to Bamia in the studio is, What was he doing in 8 years at the helm?
That's Andy Akufu.
No. Andy what? Akufu. Ado.
Andy Akufu. There's no.
So the point is.
No, please.
You asking?
Please, I was quiet. No, it's a rhetorical. I was talking to Bawumia. Are you Bawumia? So you're admitting that you are Bawumia.
It's his time. So
yes. So Bawumia in 8 years stole all our reserves, whether it was gold reserves, gold for oil, whatever.
Stole in what sense?
Okay, quote unquote. The investigation's underway. In the coming days.
You have something on good authority?
I said in the coming days, when the prosecutions are not only decentralized but privatized, Bawumia, Akufo-Addo, they will not escape. None of the looters will escape, and Ghanaians will be the better for it, because like I keep saying, if all these things were in place, they had opportunity for 8 years. Anyway, Bawumia said, if I do everything today, what will I do tomorrow? So you can't fault him. He didn't have anything to do because he was always procrastinating. So for him to come into the studio today in the person of Andy, Bawumia Andy, to come and tell us the things, it's an insult to Ghanaians. Indeed, the Ghanaians listening out there have not forgiven the MPP. They have not forgiven Akufo-Addo, his father, and Bawumia, his his boss. What was it, right?
That's not solutions.
No, I'm just saying that for them to be making these statements, it's so irritating to Ghanaians. But what is this president doing? This president did not come and fold his arms. He came, a lean government, trying also very hard to manage the economy, and has done. Trying to refine oil, and he is doing. Trying to build up stocks. Where did they leave? Listen, Bust. Today, where's the Fujato guy who said the presidency is so depraved? What's his name? My good friend.
I'm not sure you're describing.
Mustafa Hamid. No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I take that back. I'm extremely sorry. I apologize.
The time
I apologize
is
to all Fujatos in Ghana and the world. But the point I'm making is that where did he leave that? Where did what's his name? The Mr. V, the boss, and the EPA guys. Look, everywhere they were supposed to build stock, even buffer stock, they stole everything, including everything else, and they used it on themselves. So for them to come and be asking us to build stocks, when indeed stocks are being built, Ghanaians, why you think Ghanaians can think? Bawumia, please come again.
Mark, let me give you so that we'll move on to the next subject.
I think that one of the strategic things to do, for me, is what government is doing. Government should try and stabilize the currency. Try hard to suppress the dollar, because it is dollar we use to buy this finished product. I hear people talk about the government removing the 1 cedi levy and also taking off some taxes. The fact is this: if you take off the taxes, at the end of the day, government is going to pay back to the OMCs. Government is going to pay back. Now, if you're taking off 1 Ghana cedi from a liter, how much would it cost? How much would you accrue? And what effect would it bring to consumers? It is just a minimum effect. So what I'm thinking and pleading with government to do...
1 cedi.
1 cedi. How much is the 1 cedi? We are talking of millions of dollars that we used in buying petroleum products. I'm just talking about 1 Ghana cedi. 1 Ghana cedi. Let's accumulate 1 Ghana cedi for 5 years and see if we can buy a full shape of load in a year. We cannot.
Right.
We cannot. So for me, the most important thing to do is to continue suppressing the dollar so that the cedi will gain its strength, and no matter the situation outside there, would have enough economic shocks or economic buffers to face this shock. Look, in Ghana, we are seeing this. Our neighboring brothers in Burkina Faso, do you know they don't have a refinery? They don't have access to a seaport. And so they pick all their finished products from Ghana.
Right.
The amount of money we use in buying our finished product is the same amount of money they use in buying their finished products. How do they transport it there? They go by cars. Those cars are going to charge. So let's do the tabulations. How much are they going to sell a liter of fuel there? So theirs will be more dire than ours. And so for me, it is important that we tackle the dollar and the cedi, make sure inflation continues to be down,
so that we can be able to manage the situation. I'm sure and hoping that the amount of money the American government itself loses to this war in a day is about $200 million. They spent over $200 million in a single day over this violent conflict. And that is why Trump is now coming out with these statements. Whether they win or they lose, he's thinking of withdrawing. Although he's taking that decision to go for the war, his people within the country are also looking at ways and means to contain the situation, which is the global rise of petroleum products. And so let's think along that line and stop the politicization of these petroleum
Absolutely. 9:18 here on the 3FM Sunrise. Let me take this 15-second break. When we return...
you are united.
It's your
back. You are united with all of us.
I know.
Yeah, you are united with all of us.
Congratulations to the
Okay,
but you said
about 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes for Ebo, and then I go for that 15.
But you see, the point is that, I mean, I'm not saying this to flatter the government. From day one, they seem to have done almost everything right. In terms of expenditure control, in terms of managing the economy, the forex, inflation, everything, you've had almost everything right. Except that this external force, external factor, or external whatever is what is causing the problem. And I want Ghanaians to think about it. The same government, when the price was down, petrol was being sold at 9 cedis. Is it not the case? So if today it has gone up, you should know that it's not as if the government is a mean government. It's because of the circumstances. Are you getting it? So if this war should go down, or it should come to an end, and the prices don't go down, that is why we have a problem with the government. But because of the way my colleagues have said, because of the way we've managed the economy and the kind of foreign exchange rate we have, I am very sure that if the war ceases, or if the war ends and the crude oil price begins to drop, it will have effect on the prices that people will have to pay at the pump. So I believe I'm not interested in this political area, but in any case, this narrative that external global phenomenon do not have or does
impact
not have impact. This was started by Mawuena. It's not the government that started. Mawuena, who said, how could global phenomena escape Ivory Coast and come to Ghana? So he started that conversation. So for me, I think let's do things right. I believe I want to reiterate the issue of building buffers in almost, not only fuel, almost every sector. Let's begin to behave like the ant, prepare ourselves ahead of time, so that when eventualities come, we can survive it.
Beyond building buffer, I think Andy made a very good point that when the NDC assumed office in 2025, they should have started it. I believe that governance is a continuous process, and to keep up development, it doesn't start in a day. I remember when NDC was leaving power, Tor was running. Tor ran for a few times. But when MPP came, the stocks they had, they sold it. And at a point wanted to sell Tor. Yes, they wanted to even sell Tor until people took it to the OSP and all that. So, in fact, let's look at how we can all come together and face the situation as it is.
I think, just to be fair, currently import cover is 8.7, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully next year the Ministry of Finance is hoping to make it 15. So that effort is already there. They are on course, and it will be met. So just so Bamia knows, we'll do everything today, and we'll find something to do tomorrow.
Let me go for that quick break. When we return, we'll get into the Public Accounts Committee and the revelations which have been coming from there on some of the findings.
Accra, it's time! Celebrate Easter with Kitia and enjoy 25% off store-wide and up to 50% off selected items from April 1. Visit Kitia at Sprintex Road or follow at Kitia Ghana on Instagram.
The big conversation on 3FM Sun.
what remained to be substantiated, and what was approved. And so we need you to speak to it so that we can straighten the record.
Right.
Yeah.
So, indeed, the schedule that was given to us from Ministry of Finance had the details. And for Interior, there were, I think, about 8 sub-agencies under Interior. So we needed to work with them to validate the numbers. What has been reported here as unsupported through the process remains that then the information wasn't provided during the validation process for us to confirm that they were indeed commitments, since it being reported. And the working schedule we have is supporting the work that we did.
So I think the project involved is a construction of a 3-story appliance bay at the squad room and offices at the national headquarters. And what you claim, the auditors claim, is that payment of some 3,084,000 was made as of November 2024.
Is on 92.7.
Was made as of November 2024. And he is now claiming that that payment was not made from their end.
92.7.
So, Chair, please, the evidence we cited affirm that that payment has been made, and is the reason why it was captured as such in our report.
But
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
Back in the studio, 25 past 9, and this is just a brief excerpt. There are actually a lot worse. Yesterday, they had cause to, the Majority Chief Whip had cause to ask for the interdiction of one official at the Lands and Natural Resources Ministry who used to be the procurement officer at the Defense Ministry, amongst other things. It does appear issues in relation to procurement and corruption appears very far from over, and this special audit has just highlighted some of the wrong ways of managing the affairs of a country. Let me start off with you, Derek. 5 minutes, because we still have what you're making of these findings and the revelations that are coming to bear.
Quickly help your viewers and listeners with who the chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee and what role did she play in the previous cabinet for 8 years?
She was Deputy Finance Minister.
In charge of the finances of this country, which is the subject of discussion. In fact, she's the one on the screen right now. She's an MP.
Yes.
Finance Minister, 8 years with Ken, who has run away. So Ken has run away and left this woman to defend the mess. And she's actually sitting there wanting to chair. Thank God we are not going to allow her.
She's in and of herself, I mean, throughout last year, when 2024 audits were coming, she recused herself.
She just recused herself
because she believed these are financial matters when she was Deputy Finance
Minister. She was calling Eddie McManus small boy. How many votes did she win her seat with? And how many votes? You see, these looters, these criminals, these people who should be behind bars, call people names and get away with it.
You can't call.
You are a young man. You are still a youth.
You can't
Eddie McManus is a youth. Don't allow your party to talk down the youth.
You can't call her a criminal.
That is bad.
I said the criminals. The finance ministry.
No court has jailed anybody until.
So who are criminals? The people who commit crimes. Have crimes been committed? Has looting a crime?
Persons who are criminals,
plundering the
those
public purse is not a crime.
The country's judicial system and have been pronounced as such. That's the only point. Mawuena, I'm not. I won't want you calling her a criminal when no court has arrived.
I didn't call her a criminal. I said criminals. She's not.
Even for the others. There hasn't been a firm pronunciation. They are in the court. The presumption of innocence must be given to them as well.
So those who refunded the money after the Public Accounts Committee, what are they?
That will be a determination for the Attorney General's office, which is supposed to proceed on prosecution of these matters. If it's a plea bargain, they enter a plea that yes, indeed they are guilty.
You want to annoy Ghanaians and plea bargain by criminals?
That will come up.
You want to annoy Ghanaians with plea bargain for criminals. When people commit crimes and they are found out, they should bring part of the money. That's what.
No, that's not the
Mr.
argument
Egbeta.
we're making. That's not
Ghanaians
the argument
will
we're
be
making.
angry
I'm
with
saying
you.
that a court has not pronounced them as criminals, and so I am uncomfortable with you calling someone or a former deputy minister as criminals.
No, I say a group of people.
Yes, I'm saying that a court has not pronounced upon them that they are criminals.
But you know that as a fact, even though the court is yet to pronounce. That's what you're saying. Okay.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that they've not been pronounced as criminals.
But it's clear.
And so we can't pronounce them as criminals.
A man is a man, a woman is a woman, a criminal is a what? A criminal. Now, let's make some progress. Now, you see, crimes have been occasioned under Akufo-Addo. In fact, he was called by his own appointee that serpent of what? What? The mother serpent.
Amidu on the mother serpent of corruption. I mean, we all read
what was the
epistle.
position of the person who declared Akufo-Addo the mother serpent of corruption?
I think it was then
He was then special prosecutor.
So the special prosecutor has a specific role to play, and he called the president who appointed him the mother serpent of corruption. So his children are what? The mother gives birth to children, and I'm saying that the evidence abounds. Now, if the Public Accounts Committee is allowed to do its work very meticulously without people trying to choke and gag young people like Edem Agbatna, who are even defying partisan lines to call out people, I think Ghanaians will be the better for it. And I think that there must be a bipartisan effort to collect all the loot. Operation Recover All the Loot is not an election mantra that was sung by the NDC and owned by the NDC. It was a people's mantra. Ghanaians chased the criminals out, the bald heads out of town. The crazy bald heads were chased out of town. Bawumia in the lead with 2 million plus votes that he was carrying to find in cocoa farms today, trying to find in other unions tomorrow, and so on and so forth. I can assure him that Ghanaians are wiser. But at the end of the day, I think that the Public Accounts Committee has now been given some extra powers.
Right.
Now, there used to be a body that was supposed to look at the post, first, audited accounts are important. And I agree with you. If we throw away the legal system, which is in itself not perfect because it was corrupted by the MPP and some other persons, I think that it would not be good. However, the imperfect situation that we find ourselves in, notwithstanding, has some, innate qualities that we can use to check, but we need to improve them. So if it is given the powers of a high court, and these days you see that immediately questions are asked, then the accountant general people are invited to validate whether indeed those statements that people are saying, as it were, in terms of whether they have indeed answered the audit queries or have made sure that they've retired various amounts, etc., or indeed paid various sums, it's done straight away.
Right.
I think that the courts that are being proposed to do the final work should, kick in very quickly. And I'm looking forward to the public tribunals.
Absolutely.
The public tribunals are very. We need
That's
to
another promise
decentralize.
you made, which we're yet to see. Public tribunals, because it was a promise from the NDC.
Every promise is being fulfilled. I mean, the president is happy to sign various bills that are brought in once it's passed by parliament, and he has sent them into law, become act straight. And immediately, very soon you'll see when the 24-hour thing kicks in. Oh my God, Ghana will be a place.
But let me come to you on PAC and the things that we're seeing play out.
My candid opinion on PAC, right? I think PAC over the years has become a waste of everybody's time.
Even with these new powers where they are interdicting people straight up.
I think it's a revelation committee. They make revelations, no actions. I mean, check what has been the impact on our financial
3FM
management system.
92.7.
They just meet, they show off, they try to, if you like, ask questions to make people feel bad. After that, they go home, they go and drink their tea. I mean, it's very bad. You see, Auditor General came out with a report that Dr. Bawumia's brother, Resource Access Limited, was given 2 cocoa road contracts in Central Region. The total amount of the two contracts is 83.7 million. According to Auditor General's report, the contract was inflated 3 times the price, which means the contract cost, the two should have been 27.9 million.
Right.
Sorry, 27.9 million. But the contract was given to him at 83.7 million. What has happened to that case? Has he refunded the money?
It's a very important question.
Has he refunded the money? Dr. Bawumia's brother. I'm told he's called Ibrahim or Abraham Bawumia.
It can't be Abraham.
No, but I'm told he's a Christian or something like that. Yeah. So what are we doing as a nation? Auditor General will do audits, will find out irregularities, overpayments, and all that, inflated contract. We'll come to park, we'll talk about it. They'll waste everybody's time after we go to sleep. So that is the business we are doing in this country. Why? So are you surprised that this country is not moving forward? Don't be surprised. Those who have been given appointment positions to make sure that those who loot, the looters and the plunderers are dealt with, they are rather the ones, if like motivating these people. They are encouraging these plunderers and looters.
And criminals. Addicts. Criminals.
92.
You see? And so, no wonder we are still struggling as a nation. I can give you litany of corruption cases, Auditor General's reports that have revealed serious irregularities and corruption cases and corruption-related cases. I'm telling you, nothing. We do nothing in this country. Elsewhere. Go to even Ethiopia. Go to Ethiopia. I won't go to Rwanda. Just go to Rwanda and see how they are fighting corruption. You see all the names they mentioned there, all the amounts they mentioned there. Then they will say, we will refer you to Attorney General. Attorney General is already overwhelmed. My problem is, what kind of internal audit systems do we have in this country? That people will have to steal before we catch them. Why don't you prevent people from stealing? What kind of measures do you have in terms of systems? Can't we stop people from stealing? Do we have to sit down for people to steal before we go after them? What kind of system is this? What kind of country are we building? For me, I'm really disappointed in this PAC, Public Account Committee of Parliament. If there could be some other body that would do that, fine. But these MPs and their cronies, their friends, some of the ministers are their friends, they will come and play this hanky-panky, symbiotic relationship, and after that, all of us are food. We all go to sleep. Why should we have a nation like Ghana? 33 million. God has blessed you so much. Talk of any major natural resource in this world. Gold, cocoa, anything that can make a country better. We have it in excess. Yet we are poor. That is the irony of Ghana's situation. A paradox of a country that is so rich, yet so poor. I believe and I hope and pray that one day we'll get a leader who will be so crazy that corruption will be a thing of the past in this country. But as we have it now, as Kennedy Japan once said, referring to the NPP people, said these people are looting Ghana as if they were not tomorrow. And the sad thing is that when they loot, they don't even keep the money here to invest it for the youth to get job to do. When they have looted, they will send the money to Guyana and other places to do serious investment. They're creating jobs in those countries. So if your country, Ghana, a beautiful country, very rich country, is poor, it's because of leadership problem and corruption.
Absolutely. Let me come to Andy before I come to you, Mark, on the audits.
Andy.
On the audits.
Very young Andy.
These are
the youth of Ghana.
the operations from your time in office, which has become the subject matter of all of these conversations.
Okay, so first of all, I would say that with the Public Accounts Committee, I think it's good for our democracy. The public gets to understand what's happening within the various sectors. Then what else I'm going to talk about is, let's take a critical... I've followed Public Accounts Committee for some time now. If you take a critical look at what they do, you come to realize that, you see, politicians are so quick to label their colleagues as corrupt. But when you follow PAC carefully, you come to understand one thing. Anytime you follow them, you will realize that the problem, when they sit there, the problems are usually with the technocrats.
Yes. It is not entirely true.
No.
Mostly. No, I said it's not entirely true.
You see, mostly, the
don't
truth
deflect.
Is, no,
technocrats have their share.
You see,
but the politicians also have their share.
This is not even about politicians. You see, what we always
will not join you. We will not join you in shifting the blame to the technocrats.
You had
take the blame.
No, you had your time.
Let him finish.
Yes, you had
your time. I'm not going to eat into my time.
No, you had your time. But you see, no.
You want to do peace pipe with us, so that we can shift the blame to the.
This is the honest. No, but you had your time. Let me finish. Now, what I'm saying is that look.
But remember, you're young, you see, the future is yours.
The truth is, when you follow. Yesterday, I was reading one. Defense Ministry, the procurement officer. I think they said he's supposed to. They are referring him to.
He's been interdicted.
You see, the truth is, we've seen most of these things, but we politicians are so quick to label our colleagues as, he's corrupt, just to score political points. But the truth is, when you go to every institution, politicians will come and go. You come, you spend 4 years. Even if your government is in power for 8 years, you can come spend 4 years. The next 4 years, they bring another person. But the technocrats are always there. When you go to the
civil
office,
servants,
yes, they are always there. Once they are there, sometimes when you get to the office, they are going to tell you, because we've been in the system for long, we understand the system so well. So when you do things this way, it's going to help you. But we forget that there are people, and then you see, when there are issues, the truth is, when there are issues, these same people will join the ordinary citizens just to accuse the politicians because you are the face of it, because you are there. No,
I was going to ask that question. Gift Yawari,
Pius Hajide, the people at the office of the president,
and all of those individuals. They are politicians. I understand the point you're making as to civil servants being one of the biggest beings.
The truth is, the people that we are mentioning, they are having their days in court, and we are not done with it yet. So we cannot even tell
whether or not they are guilty.
That is the truth. And then you see, when you follow most of the cases, look at the people that are coming in as witnesses.
The ministers.
Look at the
civil servants.
Look at the people that are coming in. So you see, what we need to know. You see, what we need to understand is that.
Everybody says Glossack are the problem.
No, what we need to understand. No. You see, what we need to understand is that there are a lot of things going on in this country. I follow PAC a lot. When you follow, you realize that most of the issues are coming from the civil servants. But that notwithstanding, yes, I mean, you follow and then you get to understand. But that notwithstanding, you see, we all have a role. We all have a role to play. Now, when there's a problem, what I think that is supposed to be done is that the moment we are done with the Public Accounts Committee, we should follow up to make sure that everything that has been recommended is being done.
That's why Ebo says that it's been a revelations committee.
So you see, we need to understand where the problem is coming from. The moment we get to identify the problem, we should also look at the way forward. And one thing I believe is that once we are able to establish,
he will do it.
Once we are able to establish a case, right after Public Accounts Committee, we should follow up on it and make sure that whatever we've been said is done. And that is the way to go. And I think that CSOs are doing well, but they are supposed to do more. The media houses are supposed to even do more. So personally, whatever that we are saying, if somebody has done something wrong,
even and then the law from your government.
No, you see, the point is that if something wrong is being done, irrespective of where the person is coming from, once the court has established that this is wrong, whatever penalty is supposed to, whatever charges the person is supposed to face, of course the person should
face the full rigors of the law.
That is it. That's what's supposed to be done. So I always say that it's not about MPP, it's not about NDC, but the truth is, one, the Public Accounts Committee, it gives us an insight of everything that's happening in the various ministries and all of that. Two, we should follow up on
PRC. Public Revelation Committee.
Two, we should follow up on whatever they bring at the end of the day, whatever suggestions they bring. We should be able to follow up. And then the third thing is we should enforce whatever that comes out of it.
Right. Thank you.
I think that people should promise us that they will not go and picket when there are people like the Bamias brother and others.
Let me take you to Facebook because a number of you have been sharing your thoughts with us on Facebook as well. Some of them not very savory. Someone is I can't read some of the comments, so I'm trying to sieve through. So it says, this one is from Pauline and Charlie. It says, my friend, what did MPP do for us? We are watching, but you are not telling us anything we should follow. What did you do in 8 years that we are supposed to look up to? Truly, they are cheeky. I can't read the other one.
No, really.
As well. No, some of them are insults. Insults.
The man is a young man. He's
insults. Insults. We do not entertain. Michael Dansu sent a very lengthy message. Says, "Look, let's be honest for a moment. This government hasn't introduced any truly new, impactful social interventions of its own. Most of what we see today are policies and programs that were inherited from previous administration. Yet they continue to take credit for them instead of building something original and sustainable." I'm trying to skip to the end. It says, at the end of the day, leadership should be about delivering tangible improvements in people's lives. Right now, many Ghanaians are struggling, and it's hard to point to any bold new initiative from this government that directly addresses that struggle.
The big push is an improvement on the year of roads.
Responses that
Mark,
let
me go straight.
The big push is an improvement on the year of roads.
Public Accounts Committee, pardon my words, have been a joke of the century. And the reason I'm saying this is that we need to, let our listeners understand the purpose of which they are there. I know very well that there are auditors in most of our institutions. Internal auditors. And so for an auditor to come out with a report indicting an officer of an institution, then it means he's gone very deep. They don't do auditing in a week. It takes time. And at a point, the Auditor General will write to that particular institution telling them that they are coming to do an external audit. Is that not the case? And so, information that will be available to the auditors to go through and to make sure that all irregularities are done properly, they make sure they do it. And so, your failure to present information to them means that you are culpable of that particular thing we are talking about. Members of Parliament are represented on the Public Accounts Committee to make sure that people who are holding affairs, people who are managing our institutions, are checked up, are brought to book when they mismanage our system. Unfortunately, this man who was a procurement officer at the Ministry of Defense, I don't know what he did. I don't know the magic he did. Then all of a sudden, he's moved to the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources.
Finance Department.
To go and do with what? No, to go and do what there? When we have all these information lying down. You see? And you bought 6 SUVs. And we're asking you, how much did you buy them? At what cost? You were not able to mention. At what unit price? You were not able to mention. And you are still sitting there. As what? Look, he must be interdicted, but you see, for me, let me give a standing ovation to Adam Agbana. He's done very, very well. These are the voices of conscience we are looking for. These are the young people who we are looking for to stand out for accountability. The lady sitting there, she said that the parties did not allow us access to, the rice? Yes. And look at what the MPs were doing. And it's from both sides. I am so much disappointed in Samuel Atamos. So much disappointed in him. We thought his brother was a man of accountability, whose effort was to make sure that there is probity. Unfortunately, Professor Mons, wherever you are, may your soul rest in peace. Your brother is here, shutting down young boys who have voice of conscience and probing for accountability. The lady said they did not give us access to the product. The parties and the party people, and OPK is trying to tell us that the party people means that somebody who is party to. Party to what? Can you imagine? Is it part of the procurement? Did he carry some of the bags of rice at the warehouse? Is that what they are trying to tell us? Look, me when I watch back, when I watch the Public Accounts Committee, my BP rise up. We were here recently when a young man was hit at cycle, went through hospitals and died, all because there was no bed syndrome. Yeah. Oh. Meanwhile,
just yesterday there was outrage, similar situation, no bed.
You see,
meanwhile people have stolen the money.
People are stealing money, 4.8 billion. And he's not able to tell us how much he bought one SUV. What? And we want to bequeath a nation to the next generation. That is why we politicize everything in Ghana. And look at what we're sitting down there doing. That Adam should shut up. Hey, young man, are you here to teach me my job? What have you been doing there
Professor Atamos, what have you been doing there? You've been sitting on that public accounts committee for long. What have you done? People are chopping our money. The civil servants are chopping our money. The technocrats are chopping our money. And unfortunately, they are doing it with the MPP and the NDC. Why?
And interesting, most of the people sitting there, they don't have any financial accounting background. So I don't know what they are doing there. If you're going to be, if you want to do proper account committee, let's have people who have the knowledge, who have the understanding of the figures, and not parade people who become and defend the indefensible.
We are here playing around this, making it all day talk, and no action is attached to it. I am saying that
there will come a generation. There will come a generation, and Adam Agbana has started building it. That generation will not tolerate this nonsense. That generation would not tolerate this. In other jurisdictions, people would have marched in there. Don't forget what happened in Kenya. And Ghana is no exception. I am not inciting anyone. But you see, when we are not able to give proper accountability to our people, give them the life they need, give them the life they deserve, we will be marching into a ditch, which will be so dangerous to our democracy.
Right. Quick thoughts on where we go from here, based on the report. And I want to start off with you because of oral, right? A minute each, and then we wrap this up.
Yeah.
Where do we go from here? These revelations continue to come up. A lot of people are tired with having to hear all of just the findings and really no prosecutions and final verdicts.
I'll sum it and the question and the preamble that the Arise Ghana representative at the CSO's conference made prior to asking the president his question about what he's doing to bring Ken Ofori-Atta back to answer for his stewardship. He said, yes, the Arise Ghana will partner with the government to ensure that oral succeeds. Indeed, he did indicate that the NDC or President John Mahama inherited a kleptocracy, a kakistocracy, and that is the fact. Criminals governing by criminal means, stealing like there's no tomorrow, stealing everything today and still steal tomorrow. That's what the MPP did for us in 8 years. And so there's an uphill task for not just this government, but for all of us as Ghanaians, including Andy. 34-year-old Andy sits in this studio defending Baumia and the people who committed that mess.
Way forward. The minute.
No, I've had bleeds for the youth. I've been at the Youth Authority. And so to see a young man in the studio defending the indefensible, I think it must be on record that he's not exited the youth brackets yet. He has one more year to redeem his youth and not allow corrupt old men and women to mess the future of all of us, especially those younger persons. So I think that we should all join hands and ensure that if it means we have to go and drag the people who have committed these crimes against us, those criminals, and be it NDC or MPP, once the person is a criminal, go drag him out. If the person is into Galamsey and the Speaker of Parliament says he's not going to tolerate that, let's help the Speaker of Parliament cleanse the Parliament of Galamseyers. He says he's not going to shield any corrupt persons in Parliament. Let us help. And Andy, please join us. Ask for the Frimpong Batting report to be implemented. Even though Gabi and others are on it. Look, don't look at them.
All right, thank you. Andy, let me come to you
on
way forward just quickly in a minute.
I personally, I think that we should follow up on whatever recommendation that comes out of Public Accounts Committee and then make sure that everything that has been discussed is being executed. That's the way forward for me.
Right.
I think whatever the report comes out must be followed through and make sure that we get those monies back. Beyond getting those monies back, those who were involved in perpetrating those illegalities.
Can you speaking the mic?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I think I support the fact that we follow through whatever recommendations that has been given. Retrieve all the monies, and those who contributed to this thievery must not be left the hook. They should face the law.
Ebo.
Yes, let's make corruption expensive. You see, that's all that we need to do. So expensive. When you are caught, you confiscate your assets, we jail you like 30 years, 40 years,
to the tires.
Let's make it expensive like others have done, so that the thought of even stealing will not even occur in your mind, because you know how expensive it is. You know, cheap things are easily to be bought, or you can easily buy them on the market. But when they are expensive, you think twice before you try to buy. That's how we should make corruption, so that those who could not buy car tie,
suddenly owning vehicles, and
those who could not rent one room, suddenly their party wins and they are millionaires, and we don't question them. I mean, are we joking as a people? Meanwhile, too, they're talking about no birth syndrome. They're talking about a situation where kids, pregnant women, they go to the hospital and they have to lie on the floor because there are no beds. Kids are drinking water with cows and sheep, all that. And we are living in this country. Yeah? So honestly speaking, when it comes to the issue of corruption, I think we need to be very brutal about it.
Right.
No mercy for the cripple. That is why if you are caught, the minimum should be like 30 years. 30 years minimum. Then we give it to you, you go.
Right. I mean, we're done. So you say you have a birthday wish.
So first off, let me thank the 3FM team for celebrating me.
Oh wow!
Yes, my birthday was on Monday. 92. So unfortunately, we were very busy.
Yeah, How old are you now? How old are you now?
And so Anthony Nyame, he's a police officer and listening to us. He's my very, very good friend. I wish him a very happy birthday today. It's 1st April. So when I saw, I thought it was trying to April Fool me. So Anthony, wherever you are, a very happy birthday to you.
Absolutely. And gentlemen, thank you very much for coming.
The legal education reform bill.
It's not been assented to yet, but it's been passed. Yeah.
And 5 new laws have been signed on by the president. Very key amongst them is the securities one, and that would change the name of the BNI
from NIB to
yes,
BNI.
Because some people, like the NSB people, were using it to do their personal accounts. Somebody can go and take the whole NIB account book and change it.
No, but
now back to BNI. And there'll be no national security minister. The president can assign anyone, so it doesn't increase the number of ministers. The president is staying true to things. A new university in Bonsu, where you come from, is being built, and it will have satellite campuses in Uti region. He's
making you even laugh. But,
so what I want to say is that
from near Bonsu, I know.
So what I want to say is that
then the next one, then
5 new laws, I think.
So all the 5. What I have to say is very simple. All the 5. I mean, I saw a video where the president was signing together with the chief of staff. In fact, for the past 10 years, let me put this on record. For the past 10 years, the important bill was signed under the Akufo-Addo government, which is the Right to Information.
Right to Information
yes.
bill.
And of course, I'm coming. And of course, that has even created the avenue for people to do investigation, people to write to various offices to request documents. That is why today we are even having Suleiman discuss bringing out the source. I'm coming. Oh no, you had a time. I'm coming. No, let me finish this. No. Let me finish this. In fact, what they are doing, you see, and even with that, we didn't see. Even with that, we didn't see.
The microphones are off. The microphones are off. It's just mine that is active. We have to do. I'm standing on the word of Mark in wishing a birthday to somebody, and then we are wishing birthdays, and then we're done. You have a birthday wish?
Ken of Pirata, a belated birthday, but we are looking forward to him coming to celebrate with us in Ghana.
Absolutely. And we have quite the birthdays today. A number of you, gentlemen, thank you. Ebo Bachman, Deputy Communications Officer of the United Party. Andy Ekufu, a member of the NPP Communications team. Prince Derek J, also a member of the... he is a member of the NDC Communication team. Director. Not. So it's director. Ebo Bachman is Deputy Communications Director. I said officer, but it's director. And then Mark Wusiako, Election Watch Ghana, all joined us in the studio. A number of you are celebrating birthdays today. A glorious birthday to Venerable Edward Foley Adade of the Pro-Cathedral Church of the St. John the Baptist Atebubu in the Anglican Diocese of Nkranza. Happy birthday to you. We wish you God's blessings on this day. Enjoy to the fullest. Also, this one says, help me wish my lovely wife a happy birthday. This message is to her. My darling, Diana Ekyoko, your birthday today isn't just another date on the calendar. It's the day myself and your 4 beautiful children celebrate the love you've shown us. Finding the right words can sometimes feel overwhelming, but the best birthday wishes are those that mix romance, gratitude, and joy in a way that feels personal. I truly love you, Amamra. God continue to bless you. Happy birthday to you, Dinah, as well. Also, a happy birthday to Ama Asamoah, who's the CEO of Round 2 Popcorn. Says cheers to greatness, to the new beginning and possibilities. This one is from Justice. Happy birthday to you, Ama Asamoah. WO1 Ajubi Rosemont from the Ghana Air Force. God bless your new age. And congratulations on your promotion as well. That's from Justice to you. Happy birthday to you. The last one, a happy birthday to Mr. Richard Inim, aka Senior Balai. Live long and joy. That's it from us here on the 3FM Sunrise. We're back again, God willing, tomorrow. If today happens to be your birthday and didn't get a message, happy birthday to you. Enjoy the rest of the day and enjoy it to the fullest. Your 3-Lounge team is on standby. We'll get into other matters for you here on the 3FM. So I'll leave you with that Public Account Committee sitting and the matters from it.
For how you carried out your function as Minister of Defense, we demand that, or you are not responding to the issues reasonably. What is your relationship with Global Supply Network?